Можно начинать, да?
Да,
Уважаемые участники вебинара, доброе утро. Меня зовут Гульнара Исаева, являюсь национальным координатором программы Европейского союза «Эразмус плюс» в Кыргызстане. И сегодня я рада приветствовать вас на нашем двухдневном семинаре, посвященном теме искусственного интеллекта о сфере высшего образования. Я выражаю большую благодарность университету Адам. Именно они выступили инициатором проведения данного семинара, так как есть потребность в секторе высшего образования, инструменты искусственного интеллекта получают все более масштабное распространение и практическое использование в нашей повседневной деятельности, поэтому эта тема нужна, и ее нужно дальше развивать. Двухдневная программа у вас есть в наличии. Да? Сегодня мы начинаем в 10 утра до 3 часов, и завтра у нас с 10 утра до часу дня. Синхронный перевод будет обеспечен в течение 2 дней. И основными спикерами на сегодняшний семинар мы пригласили 2 экспертов с Европейского союза. Первый эксперт — это доктор Диана Андоне. Она является директором Департамента цифрового образования и дистанционного обучения Политехнического университета Тимишоары. Если я неправильно произношу, это Румыния. И вторым спикером является доктор Габриэла Гроссек. Она является доцентом кафедры психологии Западного университета Тимишоары, тоже с Румынии. Также большая благодарность, что эти 2 эксперта согласились провести этот вебинар для наших вузов и очень быстро подготовились, достаточно за короткий курс времени. И также напоминаю, что наш офис запускает серию семинаров, да, это 2-й наш семинар, вся информация доступна в нашем телеграм-канале для всех университетов. Но сейчас мне разрешите предоставить слово ректору университета Адам Светлане Рустамовне Симбард. Она является также, напоминаю, экспертом по реформе высшего образования в Кыргызской республике и тоже проводит экспертизу законодательных документов в сфере высшего образования, проводит вебинары по усилению потенциала вузов и много другой работы проводится на самом деле. Так, что еще хотела сказать? Вроде все. У нас еще по программе планировалось выступление Айнуры Толегоновны Исраиловой, начальник ВПО управления Министерства образования и науки. К сожалению, она присоединится к нам чуть-чуть попозже, поэтому мы ей предоставим слово в ходе программы. А сейчас, следуя дальше по программе, давайте начнем с презентации Светланы Рустамовны. Она как раз расскажет, как у нас дела обстоят в республике по использованию искусственного интеллекта, и затем дальше будем двигаться по программе. Спасибо.
Огромное спасибо, Гульнара Исаевна. Коллеги, слышно меня? Надеюсь, достаточно хорошо слышно. Доброе утро еще раз. И, уважаемые участники семинара, уважаемые коллеги, прежде всего, позвольте мне тоже поблагодарить всех тех, благодаря кому, собственно говоря, наш вебинар стал возможным. Позвольте в первую очередь выразить благодарность Национальному офису «Эразмус плюс» в Кыргызстане, лично Гульнаре Исаевне. Почему? Объясню. Я думаю, сегодня в ходе семинара и в ходе моей презентации короткой будет понятно, что для нас, для всех, и в частности для нашего университета, использование искусственного интеллекта является одним из важнейших стратегических направлений. Поэтому огромный интерес к этой теме, огромный интерес к тем возможностям и к тем проблемам, к тем вызовам, к которым использование искусственного интеллекта приводит. Естественно, в самой программе Эразмус плюс, которая дала возможность пригласить таких замечательных экспертов, мы знаем, что поиск их был в течение некоторого времени. Конечно же, самим нашим замечательным спикерам Диане Андоне и госпоже Габриэле Гроссек, которые даже не в очень удобный для себя временной период времени согласились участвовать в нашей работе. Ну и нашим постоянным партнерам, обеспечивающим качественный перевод и делающим наше общение взаимопонятным. Большое спасибо нашим переводчикам. Можно следующий слайд? И думаю, что, наверное, никто уже сегодня не сомневается, что мы с вами живем в эпоху, когда искусственный интеллект стремительно меняет ландшафт образования. И в ходе сегодняшнего вебинара мы поговорим об искусственном интеллекте не как о технологической новинке, а, на наш взгляд, как о средстве глубоких изменений высшего образования. Потому что искусственный интеллект, на наш взгляд, это не просто нейросети, алгоритмы. Это больше, наверное, сегодня про то, как мы преподаем, как учатся студенты и как мы пытаемся управлять университетами в новых условиях. Поэтому, наверное, моя сегодняшняя тема, сегодняшняя презентация – это не столько о технологиях, сколько о трансформации, которая происходит в высшем образовании под влиянием искусственного интеллекта. Да, искусственный интеллект меняет все сферы жизни, от медицины, экономики до искусства. Но, на мой взгляд, особенно остро он влияет на образование, как по форме, так и по сути. И, на наш взгляд, важно не просто использовать искусственный интеллект как инструмент.
Зарядки или не хватит? Зарядки нету случайно с собой?
Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, звук отключите. Важно не просто использовать искусственный интеллект как отдельный инструмент. На наш взгляд, очень важно встраивать его в стратегию развития вузов. Видеть его как часть нашей экосистемы обучения, управления, научных исследований. И в образовании вот прямо сегодня искусственный интеллект уже здесь. Но вопрос в том, как мы его интегрируем, как мы адаптируем ценности и миссию образования под новые реалии. В университете Адам для нас это искусственный интеллект, это в первую очередь персонализация обучения, больше адаптации под интересы, уровень и темп студента. Это использование для автоматизации рутинных процессов. Время преподавателя тратится на анализ, а не на рутинные процессы. Новые форматы науки. Участие в генерации идей, облегчение поиска данных, исследовательская визуализация. Это и, конечно же, готовность к цифровой экономике. Выпускник должен выходить не просто с дипломом, выпускник должен выходить с цифровыми навыками. И поэтому наша цель – создать гибкую, цифровую, персонализированную экосистему, где технологии усиливают человека, но ни в коем случае не заменяют его. То есть мы должны думать о том, как использовать искусственный интеллект эффективно, осмысленно и этично. Можно следующий слайд, Алтанбек? Если говорить о национальном контексте, к сожалению, вот мощных исследований по поводу использования искусственного интеллекта в образовании, в частности в высшем образовании Кыргызстана, их нет. Поэтому вот из некоторых источников мы все равно можем сказать, да, если коротко, где мы сейчас? Если коротко, то мы на старте. Да? То есть Кыргызстан делает, искусственный интеллект в высшем образовании Кыргызстана делает первые шаги. Что пока можно отметить? Внедряется пока точечно, да? То есть системного подхода к использованию искусственного интеллекта нет. Есть локальные инициативы, есть энтузиасты, есть хорошие примеры, и о них тоже нужно говорить. Но системности, на наш взгляд, пока не хватает. У нас нет общей стратегии по внедрению искусственного интеллекта в образовании, и поэтому, конечно же, нет цифровых стандартов или регламентов на национальном уровне по интеграции искусственного интеллекта, регулирующие нормативные и, в первую очередь, наверное, этические аспекты, что для искусственного интеллекта невероятно важно, да, потому что по-разному сейчас его используют. И о плагиате очень много говорят, и, конечно, не только в Кыргызстане. Я вчера уже слушала в рамках другого вебинара выступление госпожи Дианы Андоне. Правда, оно было гораздо короче, чем мы сможем послушать сегодня, потому что сегодня у нее будет несколько презентаций, но я думаю, как раз она сможет рассказать о том, как эти вопросы решаются в европейском пространстве. У нас пока еще отсутствуют полноценные инструменты поддержки для вузов, которые хотят экспериментировать. И преподаватели, и отдельные университеты пока ищут, скажем так, снизу вверх, да, часто сами ищут подходы, тестируют решения. Но, тем не менее, мы видим определенные шаги в этом направлении. У нас начата реализация концепции университета 4.0. Достаточно амбициозный документ, но поскольку там цель программы создания университетской экосистемы нового формата с акцентом на инновации и технологические прорывы, это невозможно на сегодняшний день без использования искусственного интеллекта. Достаточно активно пытаются в отдельных вузах внедряться персонализированные траектории обучения. Отдельные вузы осваивают интеллектуальные образовательные системы и новые технологии от машинного обучения до блокчейна. Но пока искусственный интеллект чаще всего применяется в отдельных образовательных курсах, в экспериментальных проектах и гораздо реже в управлении и академической политике. Инициативы есть, но целостная стратегия пока отсутствует. Но я думаю, хорошая новость, что начинается движение, для которого требуется системная работа. Можно следующий слайд. Какие позитивные тренды можно отметить? В ряде вузов созданы лаборатории и проводятся студенческие исследования. Происходит запуск образовательных программ, связанных с искусственным интеллектом в достаточно большом количестве как столичных, так и региональных вузов. Достаточно хорошо проводятся сейчас тренинги и обучающие курсы для преподавателей. Но вот здесь я бы задала вопрос, всегда ли квалификация тех, кто проводит эти тренинги, достаточно высокая, да, и достаточно ли актуальная информация, та, которую получают преподаватели, потому что этих обучающих курсов модных стало очень много. На государственном, на национальном уровне проводились стратегические сессии по искусственному интеллекту. Но, думаю, очень важно отметить, что со стороны целого ряда вузов есть большой интерес, и они готовы в этом отношении стать экспериментальными площадками. Основными барьерами, на наш взгляд, является то, что на сегодняшний день мы можем сказать, что с инфраструктурой достаточно сложно, потому что искусственный интеллект требует достаточно серьезных инфраструктурных изменений. С кадрами достаточно большой дефицит, отсутствие нормативной базы и, как я уже отмечала, этических регламентов. Можно сказать, что и достаточно низкий уровень цифровой компетенции вообще среди преподавателей и, как ни странно, даже среди молодых людей, которые используют только определенные виды цифровых навыков, но не все те, которые нужны будут в завтрашней цифровой экономике. Ну и, конечно, как всегда, ограниченные ресурсы, в том числе и финансовые. Некоторые респонденты отмечают, что есть и определенный страх перед неизвестным, как будет реагировать на какие-то вещи искусственный интеллект, вопросы, связанные с ошибками, вопросы, связанные с неправильной интерпретацией. То есть все как бы это тоже присутствует. Но университеты, как мы уже сказали, готовы стать лабораториями изменений и, может быть, как раз будут теми точками роста, с которым и начнется национальный поворот. Можно следующий слайд. Я уже отметила, что для нас этот вебинар, который сегодня проходит, для нашего университета является невероятно важным. Почему? Потому что мы с сентября начали реализацию новой стратегии. И искусственный интеллект, собственно говоря, реализация большинства задач, которые мы поставили перед собой, без использования искусственного интеллекта будет или невозможно, или очень сильно затруднена. Ну вот вы видите на слайде, мы назвали 4 китами. Это цифровизация, это адаптивность, устойчивость и гибридность, которые охватывают практически все процессы, которые есть в университете, начиная от образовательных процессов, заканчивая управленческими, финансовыми, нашим взаимодействием с партнерами и так далее. Я сейчас не буду на этом подробно останавливаться. Внизу вы видите и еще те стратегические задачи, которые мы коротко сформулировали. Ну, давайте на следующий слайд перейдем, и я приведу примеры, как мы пытаемся работать с этим. Мы решили, что наше обучение, то есть мы переходим от усредненной модели обучения к гибким персонализированным траекториям, где студент, по сути, сам формирует свой образовательный путь. Это очень ресурсоемкая задача. И без искусственного интеллекта ее решить очень трудно, потому что это невероятные кадровые ресурсы, временные затраты. Уже сегодня у нас 50% студентов учатся по индивидуальным планам, но это не совсем те индивидуальные планы, которые мы хотели. Мы бы действительно хотели, чтобы это были индивидуальные модели каждого выпускника, которые позволят ему быть конкурентоспособными на рынке и подстраиваться под его персональные интересы, но это без искусственного интеллекта практически невозможно. Именно с помощью искусственного интеллекта мы планируем формирование образовательных траекторий, подбор адаптивных курсов. Именно с помощью искусственного интеллекта мы можем попробовать скажем так, контент и задания, да, то есть даже внутри каждого курса контент и задания могут быть рассчитаны на тот прогресс, который есть у студента. Студенты, которые больше успевают, они будут получать более сложные задания. Студенты, которым нужны какие-то, может быть, повторные тесты, испытания, задания, они будут их тоже получать. Искусственный интеллект в преподавании – это тоже очень важно, потому что преподаватели сейчас могут активно использовать его для создания учебных материалов, для создания тестов, кейсов, конечно же, с проверкой, конечно же, с рефлексией, да, человеческой, но это замечательный инструмент, который очень сильно меняет, скажем так, временные затраты преподавателя, да, уже больше на творчество и меньше на рутинную работу. Это, конечно, новые модули и дисциплины не только в IT, но и новые дисциплины в таких, например, направлениях, как, скажем, тот же менеджмент. Я знаю, у нас сейчас в программе менеджмент студенты, которым нужно решают курсы, связанные с продвижением товаров и так далее. То есть там на сегодняшний день искусственный интеллект для визуализации, например, и для создания контента используется очень активно. Поэтому даже в непрофильных учебных программах нам это нужно. Ну и, конечно, использование в разработке различного типа учебных материалов. Искусственный интеллект, мы его называем сейчас кибернаставником, да? Он у нас сейчас в начальной стадии, но это мощная помощь, если мы говорим о персонализации, в поиске материалов для студента, напоминание о дедлайнах, мотивация, компоновка расписания и так далее. И вот у нас запланирован такой кибернаставник, который может осуществлять консультации 24/7. Особенно если мы, вот еще же есть, да, один кит, про которого я сказала, гибридность, гибридное обучение. То есть какая-то часть курсов идет face-to-face, какая-то часть курсов идет онлайн. И чтобы студент мог, скажем так, плавно переходить из одной формы обучения в другую, особенно если он находится в какой-то момент на удаленном режиме, то ему нужна вот такая поддержка. Искусственный интеллект в управлении аналитики. Ну, вот мы уже начали запускать пилоты по отслеживанию академического прогресса. Речь идет не об академическом прогрессе только отдельных студентов, но речь идет о том, что мы можем пытаться отслеживать прогресс, скажем, потока, да, студентов и выявлять те проблемные места, которые есть в учебном процессе, влияя на качество, повышая, скажем так, уровень преподавания, уровень учебных материалов. Мы можем с помощью искусственного интеллекта проводить анализ соответствия программы и оценочных материалов результатам обучения. Вот буквально пару месяцев назад мы это попробовали и увидели достаточно хорошие результаты. Естественно, опять-таки, те результаты, которые выдает искусственный интеллект, они подлежат, скажем так, обсуждению и очень серьезной дискуссии уже на кафедральном, университетском уровне, но, по крайней мере, предварительная, очень хорошая и очень такая полная информация, она может быть получена в достаточно короткие сроки. Предиктивная аналитика по отчислениям успеваемости. Гораздо лучше знать, какие проблемы возникают у студентов до того, как случились какие-то большие серьезные проблемы. Ну и поддержка принятия решений по управлению нагрузкой, по эффективности курса. Искусственный интеллект в научных исследованиях. Мы говорим об инструментах обработки данных, о генерации черновиков текстов, создании междисциплинарных проектов, написании проектных заявок, драфтов, конечно же, драфтов, которые должны быть обсуждены и обработаны. Можно следующий слайд? Голос преподавателей и сотрудников – это, конечно, наш главный компас в этом деле. Для подготовки работы с искусственным интеллектом мы провели достаточно, он может быть короткий, небольшой, но важный опрос среди преподавателей и сотрудников нашего университета. Мы задали 7 ключевых вопросов. И вот что мы услышали. Вот на первом диаграмме вы видите структуру, да, респондентов, которым мы задавали опросы. Большинство респондентов, это, понятное дело, преподаватели, но приняли участие в опросе и представители администрации, и научные сотрудники, и те, кто обеспечивает поддержку, да, процессов, лаборанты, методисты, инженеры. И это важно, потому что взгляд на искусственный интеллект у разных сотрудников, у разных ролей разный. И мы сразу видим, кому нужна поддержка, а кто может стать нашим таким амбассадором внутри. Смотрим на, используется ли искусственный интеллект в своей работе. У нас 81 человек принял в вопросе участие, и 34% уже сегодня используют его очень активно. 44% пробуют, 22% пока не используют, но есть в планах. Мы задавали вопрос, и в том числе и не использую и не планирую. Таких у нас не оказалось. Это тоже очень важный показатель. То есть мы видим, почти 80% вовлечены или как минимум заинтересованы. И это огромный потенциал роста. Нужно только поддержать и направить в нужное русло, установить правильные рамки. Где применяется в нашем университете искусственный интеллект прямо на сегодняшний день, да, текущая ситуация. Это был множественный выбор, поэтому вот там не 100%, но это вот такая интересная картинка. Конечно, поскольку преподавателей больше всего, то и, соответственно, максимальный процент – это подготовка лекций и материалов учебных. Оценка студенческих работ – 40%. При подготовке научных работ – 38%. Для коммуникации со студентами используется 35%, и для административных задач 22%. Такой интересный момент. Образовательный блок лидирует, но это понятно, потому что большая часть, но вот мне очень важно, что уже почти четверть сотрудников применяют эти инструменты в администрировании. Для меня это было немножечко даже удивительно. Какие инструменты? Ну, естественно, лидером на сегодняшний день является чат GPT, 49%. Это на сегодняшний день самый, скажем так, модный и самый, наверное, с точки зрения университета, пока самый, может быть, универсальный инструмент, потому что в нем есть разные модели, которые могут быть применены для разных задач. На втором месте DeepSeek, Grammarly для перевода и работы с текстами. Ну вот вы видите, некоторые еще виды искусственного интеллекта, нейросетей, просто они не вошли, потому что они там точечно применяются для визуализации и так далее. Можно следующий слайд. Очень важный, наверное, момент, когда мы задали вопрос, что мешает шире использовать искусственный интеллект в работе. И почти 70%, 68% ответили, что это недостаток знаний. У 40 с лишним процентов, 41%, это этические сомнения. 37% говорят о том, что нет регламентов, и люди не всегда понимают, где можно это использовать. Ну и 23% связаны со страхом ошибок и зависимостью от искусственного интеллекта. Это ключевой момент, на наш взгляд. То есть люди не отказываются от искусственного интеллекта, они не знают, как это делать правильно и безопасно. И я думаю, на этом очень важно, надо сосредоточиться. Ну и, естественно, был вопрос, связанный с тем, хотели бы люди пройти обучение по искусственному интеллекту в образовании. 66% да, однозначно, возможно, 28% и нет, 6%. У меня есть подозрение, что 6% это наши айтишники, которые и так все знают. Не надо им, да? То есть 90 с лишним процентов заинтересованы. Как администрация университета мы услышали этот запрос, и я думаю, сегодняшний вебинар является тому подтверждением. Да, но дальше мы планируем, скажем так, серию курсов, которые уже будут детализировать конкретные виды работ. Ну и что, мы задали еще вопрос, что, на ваш взгляд, университет должен сделать для того, чтобы поддержать эффективное использование искусственного интеллекта. Я выбрала только 3 топ-позиции. Это обучение, просят семинары, практические курсы и вебинары, это 70% отметили такую острую необходимость. Консультации. Даже когда человек обучился, ему нужна постоянная экспертная поддержка и наставничество. Это отмечает почти половина респондентов. И мотивация. Гранты, премии, признания, ну вот ничего мы без признания и мотивации не хотим делать. Это около 40%. Но я думаю, что очень важно будет, что когда преподаватель поймет, что это тот инструмент, который ему помогает экономить время, экономить силы для собственного, может быть, развития или для каких-то других целей, это как раз и будет мотивация. Ну и можно следующий слайд, собственно говоря, заключительный. Что мы видим? Искусственный интеллект уже здесь, уже с нами. Не сам, но сам по себе он не сделает наше образование, на наш взгляд, лучше. Это задача наша с вами. Нам предстоит обучить и обучаться, внедрять, тестировать, адаптировать, сохранять гуманитарную суть образования уже в цифровом мире. И мы в нашем университете не боимся экспериментировать, но мы уверены, образование будущего не может быть сделано без человека. Мы верим, что в эпоху искусственного интеллекта образование не утратит своей человечности. Оно станет более гибким, более доступным, может быть, даже более вдохновляющим. Но искусственный интеллект не замена человеку, это усиление его возможностей. Будущее создается не само, его создают люди с интеллектом, и с искусственным, и с настоящим. Спасибо за внимание.
Светлана Арслановна, спасибо огромное за подробную презентацию. Действительно, мы следуем веянию времени, да, и то, что опрос показал, что 70% респондентов нужно обучение, мы двигаемся в правильном направлении, да, и сегодняшний семинар — ответ этому вызову. Ну а теперь, двигаясь дальше по программе, я предоставляю слово нашему основному спикеру, доктору Диане Андоне, директору Департамента цифрового образования и дистанционного обучения Политехнического университета Тимишоары. Diana, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Please allow me to share the screen and switch off the screen share from you. It's more than me. I'm a computer scientist at my origin, but I had quite a lot of hats over the time. I need to say that I graduated an artificial intelligence master back in 1995, so a lot of time ago. But then we were speaking more about robots and about machine learning and neural networks. Nowadays, I'm a director of the huge digital education department in charge with everything which develops about education and support in the Politiechnical University of Timisoara. I'm also a full professor in the area of computer science. I teach multimedia technologies, especially web development technology. I have a lot of volunteer work dedicated to IEEE, which is probably you know about it because it's very powerful also in Asia and in the Middle East, everywhere in the world, in fact. It's the most powerful association of engineers in the world. And then also of European University Association, which also the seminar is supported by that. I was invited by EUA, in fact, and by Eden, which is the largest global network of e-learning and digital education nowadays. That's the core of my team, which is working very closely with me, all professors in the University of Timisoara. One of the most important pieces which I can give you is a repository which I have in Zenodo. Zenodo is an open access tool developed by the European Commission, which you will have access. I checked and it's available also for you. And you can also find some translation only in Russian, I'm sorry, neither in Kyrgyz or something like that, where I created several inputs of the presentation which I gave in the area of AI over the last year. So it's much more easier for you to download and to have access. I'm here, so a tiny bit far away from where you are. And as you see, I'm in a city which is very traditional, very historical. I come from a university which is quite old. In fact, it's as old as since my part of the country, because I'm in Transylvania, was unified with Romania. And we have just celebrated 5 years ago, 100 years since we were established. From the beginning, so even before the Second World War, we've been giving all the levels of education in license, master, and doctorate, and we specialize in all forms of education in the same time. This is the main building. I have an office here on top of the thing, and we do a lot of research and academic research in all the areas which are more or less related with technology. This is an image from my digital education department, which was established back in 1998. Then we were looking only at the support of computer-based training and also on how to do e-learning and distance education. We are part of something which is very popular now in Europe for the top universities, which is European University Alliance. And this allows us to work quite a lot with other partners, which are coming from different other universities, the majority of them being technological universities, in trying to establish works and activities in any of these top things. So this is the Menti, and please either scan the code, either get the QR code or the link, and then please answer to the questions. This is the same, please don't close it, because the same Menti will be used all today and also tomorrow. So it's the same code and the same QR code. So let's see first some answers from the first thing of what describes better you. I would like to see that I know that at this moment we have more than 120 people in this Zoom meeting, and also about 12 in the room. So I really want to see some more answers than only 20 answers. So this is going to be a very interactive workshop, quite a lot of things which we are going to do. So this is the first test on how quickly you are answering to it. So, because if not, it's going to take longer. Yeah, if not, I put it in the chat. You can copy it again. I'll go back. So again, this is the code, and the QR code. You can use your mobile phone. It's very friendly on the mobile. But as I said, don't close this window with the Menti, because we have several slides here, quite a lot, about 12 only today or 14. And thank you very much for the translation, and your English is very good. So let's see, do we have some more answers? Only 38, so that's less than a quarter of the people which are in the room and online. So as I said, this is a test of how interested you are and how much you are listening to what we are doing now. I'm pretty sure you also have this experience when you are teaching online, that your students stay with the cameras closed and they are either shopping or driving or even doing sports or whatever they do, some of them even sleeping, and you think that they are in the room and listening to you. I don't know if this is true also for you. Good. So this shows to me a tiny bit that you are very, very few from the policymakers. So not so many from those which are able to deliver quite a lot of the things which I will explain later today, which will make it that I will shorten that presentation a tiny bit if we will need to. So now we are moving to the next slide, also in Menti. So try to answer also to this one. I will put again the QR code in case you need it. Okay. As you've seen, you can only answer to one. So if you have tried it and really used it, then try to select I tried it. If not, that just you are familiar with it, so which means that you have looked at and tried it probably sometimes, but not really worked on it. I'm so happy that very few of you say that they have no idea and that they never been working with AI, because this already shows to me quite a lot of important information on how you are working with it and so on. So we are improving the numbers also, so that's good. But let's wait for another 10 seconds. Okay, moving to the next question, Menti. I'm still leaving a tiny bit the QR code just to be on the safe side. And this is the more tricky one, and which I will kindly ask you to translate if it's possible. Unfortunately, I was trying to put them in Russian and so on, but I was not very sure if that would be correct and so on. So I just want to be sure that they understand very well. I hope you had time to translate the questions. So what we are looking, thank you so much for this. What we are looking here at, what is the information which we are looking, and I will try to explain to you why this is quite an important bit, because it shows to us how much embedded AI is nowadays in your life. And it also shows me quite a lot of how confident are you about the use of AI or technology, and also how you are foreseeing to doing. Automatically, when you are joining a seminar dedicated to AI, my presumption is that you have a strong interest on using AI. That's the reason why you're coming. But not necessarily means that you feel comfortable with AI and that you want really to use it to the full benefits. And I will be very, very happy if any of you, they can also open the mic or write in the chat in any language, can say that you really hate AI and you don't really want to use it, or you are really considering that AI has no place in education system. So I'll leave another 10 seconds for you to be able to do that. I'm trying to see also in the chat if you write something or if you say something. I don't see nothing in the chat and nobody's raising their hand. So shall I carry on then? That means that there's nobody here who hates AI. Okay, so now I will try to say something more about how OpenAI has come up and what is also my interest on doing this sort of bits about generative AI. Back in February 2023, which means about 2-3 months after the huge hype of OpenAI becoming public, I was able to test it with a more complicated question than you are thinking of, which is how, obviously, as I said, my interest was in AI. Moving into digital education and teaching with web, I became very familiar with learning analytics, which is just another form of how we were using artificial intelligence in education until, let's make it 2022. Here I was looking at how widespread is the use of the learning analytics among higher education, and they get it very, very wrong. This survey never existed. And then obviously this association is an association which existed in the 80s and it's not anymore working, and a lot of other things. So it really got it so wrong that you can't even believe it. I try to teach it. I try to train it through different questions and so on that or because of this, we will really need to be able to use a lot of tools for indicating the learning analytics. I really needed to apologize. Somebody got into the room. As you know, it's quite early for us. And then we needed to have a look at how widespread was the use of learning analytics through training. It got it right that it was educators who has using it, but not so much. Then I keep training it, and it get it a tiny bit better. A huge change came quite soon because it, how to say, the European Commission started doing a lot of regulation and a lot of warnings against OpenAI of how they are training, how they are widespreading mistakes and disinformation and so on. So they already starting saying that all of this information is not really true, and please have a look at the important educational institution or organization that specializes in learning analytics. So in fact, it's recognizing its failure and also its limitation. Just 1 year later, when already the start of the EU AI Act has started, the same question become much more better. So it was already trained, it has access, it has the access of different tools and of different results, and it was able to show also references. So it indicated from where each of those were coming. This will allow me to say something about, I don't know how much you are familiar with Neil Postman's ideas. He's a very famous futurologist and sociologist living in Canada, which was back in even 1998 when we were more or less on the hype of .com, so of the internet, looking at, and of the web, looking at the 5 things which we know about technological change. They become quite familiar. I don't know how much you read about futurology. I don't know. Yuval Noah Harari probably is the most well-known one, but also John Willie DeGrade and Brown. Quite a lot of authors have been looking at how futurology is changing. So the future is changing because of technology. And this also says that we always pay a price for the technology. When it comes to technology, there are always winners and losers, quite clearly. Some of us done it better. Some of us are forced by the huge digital divide not being able to do it better. And if it is embedded in every technology, there are no more powerful ideas and also biases. So like with internet today and web, it is embedded in almost all of the aspects of your life. And this means that it's a very powerful tool, but also a lot of mistakes can happen because of that. And one which is most important for me is this one, which in fact encompasses somehow also my beliefs regards of the use of digital technology. I was a strong advocate of the use of digital technology in all aspects of life, not only in engineering or in education, but also in culture, in heritage. I've done loads of projects where we were looking at how digital technology can enhance cultural participation of our esteemed heritage and bring our heritage in the 21st century. So I strongly believe that technological change is not additive, it is ecological, which means that every change which you are doing is not adding to the other, is replacing, is changing everything what you've been doing, all the other technology. This is exactly what happened in the 90s with the internet and the web, and what I think is happening now, and it's going to happen even stronger with 2 major technologies. One is artificial intelligence, and the other one is quantum computing. So I believe that they will change completely how we look at technology, how we do technology in all aspects of our lives. This is why it's very important that us as educators, we do it right and we really do it for the future. Because if not, we are not training properly our students for the workforce, for the economy and the industry which is needed. And they need to be equipped with deeper understanding of how this very advanced technology are using everything around us and changing everything around us. And it's not only for engineers or scientists, this is also for historians, for languages, medical schools especially, but for everybody else who is really working with that. I have a picture here, which I know that some of you have been on my Monday seminar, which is trying to ask you, and I would like you to put it in the chat, if you can, to say what is unifying all of these four pictures. I will tell you it's an industrial process. And in the same time, I will try to explain. This is piping, so bringing water and sanitization to our cities. This is the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, and this is a statue of human, in fact, how to say, it's embedding the human victory on Earth and the human part on the Earth. It's a man and a woman, a superman and a superwoman, in fact, to be honest. This is how it's called. It's in the city center of my city. My city is a very old Baroque city, very beautiful. So you are welcome anytime to come. So Erasmus exchanges or mobilities or whatever. We also have a lot of interesting conferences. And this is the industrial process which I was speaking to. Anybody, somebody, you can write it in any language you want. In the chat, what the industrial process which I'm referring to. No answer?
Можно, да, я предложу свою идею. Все эти процессы объединяют технологии, все эти образы, да, что все это возможно создать только на основе технологических каких-то процессов.
Very, very cool. It is a technological process, and it's one which has changed our lives, and it's so ubiquitous, so spread everywhere that you don't even realize the importance of it. And I will go over it. So it's welding. Welding is a very complicated process. Back at the end of the 19th century when it came up, it's been really disruptive. Everybody thought it's going to change the industry. It destroyed a lot of jobs, and a lot of things have been not done properly. And welding has started being a very powerful industrial process, but it's a complicated one with rules. It has a lot of standardization and regulation, and it's used or it's creating by people with training, which understand quite a lot about the process, and they are trained and certified for that. Everybody uses the product of it. So we are enjoying sanitization, we are enjoying cars, we are enjoying beautiful art and beautiful, wonderful things. I don't know, skyscrapers, the Eiffel Tower, quite a lot of things which were able and made possible because of this important industrial process. We changed quite a lot of the things which we are doing, and it's seamless. You don't even realize it, because it's embedded in a lot of processes and in a lot of technology and a lot of machine which we are using nowadays. But it also creates wonderful things in art. So it has multiple connotations in the world. And it's something which I would like you to remember. It's a metaphor which I'm using for you to remember how important artificial intelligence could be for our world. It can do our world and it can undo our world, which means that if we are using it properly and using it to the full benefit, our life can really become much more easier, much better, and we can do wonderful things. If we are not doing it better, this is an explosive process. Industrial process, which also harms a lot of the people which are using it if they're not using it correctly, and can create huge damages. Similar with what I think artificial intelligence can do. So my core belief, and something which I would like you to remember and do, is that always try to co-create in the area of controlling and benefiting from generative AI, especially in education, but also in research or science. Because you need to create, learn, and guide everybody to be able to really benefit. And this can only be done together. It's not something which we can work alone. It proves even more how important the role of communities and how important is the role of working together towards something. This is going to be about 10 minutes of things about artificial intelligence and what they are happening, because we are a tiny bit later than my schedule. I will try to go a bit faster than usually I will, because I really want you to understand how artificial intelligence works and what it is. It's for a lot of people, they think artificial intelligence is something which came up back in the middle of the pandemic or something like that. No, it's an idea which dates, in fact, from ancient Greece. We've been using it since 1980s, more or less. The most famous one is in 2016, when DeepMind has, sorry. Can you say something? I don't understand. I don't hear. Yes, I hear you, but not who was speaking in the room, because I think because I'm on the translation, not on the language. Let me check. Okay, good, because I heard something, so that's why apologies for this. Basically, what was the most famous bit is in 2016 when DeepMind AlphaGo computer has beaten Lee Sedol in Go, which was broadcast everywhere in the news and so on. And it's the first time when people really, I mean, normal people, general public, has heard about artificial intelligence. Nowadays, artificial intelligence imagines quite a lot of the things. These are the things here in the right, in my right, I hope it's also yours right, which are with the darker blue, let's make it like that, which already exist, which are really in use for a lot of time, and they are doing it for a longer and quite seriously powerful. Then these ones are thoughts which are probably in the future. And then obviously the neuromorphic computing, which will unify the brain with the machine, and all of the others which are a tiny bit more specific, especially in cyber or in the world of working together in the future. Because I clicked by accident on a link and the other screen was coming. So just to remind you that you still have the question in Menti to answer to. I still don't have enough answers there to be satisfied. I don't know, do you hear what is said here? Do you hear the sound of this video? Okay, let me just again, I will stop the share. Okay, let me just check it again.
So
Do you hear now?
I know the people here want to hear more about you and your opinion, artificial intelligence, and how it's going to have an impact on the future.
Oh, thank you everyone. Not sure where to start. There is so much information I'd like to share.
So why don't you start about telling us what is AI and how you think it can change the world?
Well, that's easy. It is me. Seriously, artificial intelligence refers to a technology that will soon become as prevalent as electricity. AI can crunch data fast and provide analysis to target specific problems for quick results. This helps people do things smarter and more efficiently, and hopefully make choices that are both better for them and for all beings in the world.
So can you
Okay, so I'm not very sure how much you could hear from this. This is a recording which I've done at a presentation done by Hanson Robotics of the Sophia, the first humanoid which became very popular, which was able to answer independent questions and give intelligent answers to almost everything what you've been asking. So it was the first trained machine to give you answers, which was more or less looking as a woman and trying to give answers. And the question which it was asked was what it is artificial intelligence. And she just simply said, it's me, and it's the future, and it's when I will be able to speak with you and give you answers to what you want. So basically, that's what it encompasses the entire idea of the artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is a technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human intelligence and problem-solving capabilities. So it's looking more or less at how you can simulate and also solve problems. There are different ways of AI existing at this moment. Weak AI, or what we know as narrow AI, is a trained one to perform specific tasks. And this is what Apple Siri, probably are all using it, Amazon and Alexa, and so on. But there are several other applications which have been encompassed with, especially with neural networks and artificial intelligence. And the most common one is weather prediction. So all of you are using weather every day. Probably the first thing which you are looking in the morning on your mobile phone is how is the weather today, to know how you get dressed and how you go out to work or to school. That encompasses about 60% of the information which is delivered to you, in fact, is coming from artificial intelligence. There are huge numbers of data which are collected around the world or from the sky or from the space, and also with historical data. And data and algorithms will look at models existing already in the weather system or in the climate systems, which do prediction. One of the most important things which AI has been able to do for us is prediction. Everybody works with prediction. Us in education, we call it learning analytics. In financials, they call it Wall Street or whatever else, where they are doing prediction and working on how the financial markets are working. Everybody is looking at the weather. And a lot of healthcare, social systems, government are using prediction for a lot of things. That's AI, but that's very basic AI. Strong AI is made up of the artificial general intelligence, which is where we are just starting doing it. And obviously we have a super intelligent ACI, which is something which we consider, the specialists more or less, that is something which will surpass the intelligence and the ability of the human brain. But at this moment is entirely theoretical. We don't even have the understanding of how to be able to do it, and also what types of algorithms or what types of models we can use. Imagine that everything what AI is using at this moment, and that's why you should not be so afraid that it will overpass the human brains and so on, is designed by humans. They are mathematical models which are designed and projected and done by humans. It's not another machine which is doing it. The machine is doing just a faster calculus because it's designed to do calculus, and human brains are creative. They are not designed to do calculus. So the machine is helping, in fact, the human brains to do better the calculus and still be creative. Historically, we've been doing artificial intelligence, as I said, since the 50s. In the 80s, and then a tiny bit later in the 90s, we were looking at machine learning and neural networks. Then we start looking at deep learning, and I will explain in the next slide what deep learning is. And since 2020, we are looking more or less of generative AI, which create original content. So it's deep learning, but creates original content. And I will speak a tiny bit about this. IBM, the link you have it and so on, has a lot of information. Why? Because IBM was the first one which started working with machine learning and so on in terms of giving, even now they're the second one after NVIDIA, which is giving you the processors to be able to do it, the machines. NVIDIA is doing only the processor, IBM is doing the machines. So machine learning and deep learning, they are sub-disciplines, and they look more or less at different layers. So there are different layers. Like your brain, you will assess information in different slides. Yeah, like you will understand, I don't know, computing, mathematics, how to add things, how to make 1 + 1. And then you will need to make complicated mathematics based on that 1 + 1. And that's somehow hidden in a very complicated mathematical order in your brain. For it is layers, multiple layers, which will do it automatically, very fast. That's the only difference, very fast and very complicated, and with an output layer which will give an answer. So this is in fact what we are speaking as the black box of AI, which is just based on algorithm and on data, on nothing else. Predictive AI, as I said, is the first bit of the use of AI, which is very popular and it's very used nowadays, and it's considered normal by almost all of us. And generative AI. Generative AI is where you can create text, code, quite a lot. Code was before even text and to create images, videos, and other types of content based on anything which you are saying to it, what you are asking for. And this can take very raw data and learn from it to generate statistically outputs when it was asked. So it operates in 3 phases. One is training. You need a lot of data to train it. And obviously a model, which we call it large language model, to train it. And I will explain a tiny bit what a large language model is in the next slide. And this is the input of generative AI. And this is where, how to say, the big difference is made, because you need big amounts of data and a powerful machine to be able to work with that data. Then is tuning. It's adapting it to a specific application. And here we all can create something, because you are adapting it to look only at types of data. This through a program, an algorithmic program, which will allow you to do that. Then is generating, evaluation, and more tuning, so to improve accuracy. So in fact, everything what you are asking ChatGPT, and if you are correcting it, it's learning from it. It's training ChatGPT how to do it better. So that's why it's important when you are doing anything with AI and you are seeing that, because you know the answers or you are a specialist in that area, you see that the answer is wrong, that you correct it. Because if you don't correct it, AI will consider it correct, and it will reuse it to deliver it to others as already a good answer. So all the time, correct it, work with it, have this conversation with the AI tool to be able to learn. GPT is coming from generative pre-training transformer. So we are in the phase of pre-training, as you see, And this allows it to follow up questions and to create this conversation and to admit the mistakes and learn from the mistakes. That's why it's so important to give this not only one way, not only asking with answers or to your questions, but also to give back and to correct what is doing right or wrong. LLM is usually big machines, big algorithms, which are thought of looking at how data works statistically. So in terms of text, is looking at grammatically correct ways of putting words next to each other. So if I will use all the time computer training in all my information, they will know that's something which you can use together, computer and training. And it will look at the data from that perspective. So if somebody else will ask how computer training is done, it will identify that piece of text from the data which was learned by it, created by me or by somebody else, how computer training works. And it will copy it from there and adjust it. In fact, it's a bit more complicated because it will adjust information from different sources where those words are jointly together used in the same sentence. This is how it's basically working and looking at. NVIDIA has a bit of more, advanced way of looking at the generative AI models. And obviously, we look at how important are these samplings and the data to be very, very good and high quality, and how fast you can really assess that information and deliver it to the others. The generative AI has different benefits. The most important one that it can automate repetitive tasks, and it can give you more input from the data. And obviously, it has less human error because it can do the same iteration several times. If you will be asked to do the same thing several times, you will do mistakes. The machine just gets much better if it repeats the same operation several times. And then obviously has a lot of challenges and risks, and we are going to speak a tiny bit about that. The first one is obviously data, and from where that data is coming. We are all aware that generative AI at this moment, especially as I've seen from your survey, that you are using ChatGPT as the majority of you, is trained on American data. It's trained on English world, white, male-dominated data. So it's very, very much in favor of that answers and of those information. And obviously the model. So if the algorithm, the model which is looking at the data is not correctly designed, and it's not as inclusive as possible, then it will create a lot of errors. Obviously, the biggest one, which is only us humans, which are worrying about this, the machines don't worry about this, is the ethical issue, and the privacy and the legal. Here you have an evolution of the generative AI, which you can see. You have also the data there, so it's not a problem, but you can see the most important people and so on. And this is the Google guy, Thomas Mikolov back in 2013, and Jan Goodfellow, which were really the first ones really looking at how generative adversarial networks work, and they started doing it quite a lot. And obviously, in November 2022, when generative AI started, and a lot of things have changed since then. So this is, for example, the answer which OpenAI gives about what is generative AI, which is correct, so it's not fake. I will give you a lot of information and links, and as I said, you will be able to find them in Zanodo, and you will have the presentation also sent probably to you by the organizers, is that one of the institutions which have a lot of a compendium, a conglomerate of resources looking at how AI is being used in education is UNESCO. And there they have about, and you will have links to a lot of them, a lot of guides. This is one of the first guides, which was released back in November 2023, so almost 1 year after the start of OpenAI. which was really very good and is still very good to look at. Something about the worrying and where we are at this moment with generative AI. At this moment, something which I don't know if you heard in television or in any other media is that the real data is already being fed to the training machine, especially by OpenAI and by Google and so on. So almost all the data which was created by humans, especially in the English-speaking world, have been fed. It's already in the system. What is happening now is what we call synthetic data. Synthetic data is data which is generated by AI because of you questioning or doing the interrogation or looking at something. And we know for sure that at one moment, the synthetic data will overpass the real data. Some people say it even before 2030. So this is very, very near. And that's the biggest danger, because then the real data, which we know was created by humans, is already looked into, it's more or less correct, or at least true, it will be overpassed by data which we at this moment have not real measures on being able to validate automatically in a way if it is correct or true. It's only the humans which at this moment can do it. This is why it's so important that all the synthetic data which at this moment is created, we are somewhere here, still the synthetic data is not that much. We hope at least that we are here. It's really corrective, because if not, all of the other data will be feeding from this and it will be incorrect. And we will reach a moment in time where there will be no way back, where wrong data or unethical data or risk data will overcome the real data. So that's why I consider this a very important warning, which I want to give it to you. Here, for example, you are able to see on how important are the costs and also the work of, of what you're doing in ChatGPT. If you're going to ChatGPT to ask it, what can I cook tonight? I will need to say that's a very bad use of ChatGPT, because even if it is fun for you to do it, it uses a lot of resources, and it's using energy, power, computing machines, water to cool it down, and so on. And it, in fact, is using from other resources which we have on the earth, which are more or less limited, to create something which is probably not so good. So one of the things which we try to advocate as much as possible is to use AI properly and where it's really needed, because it's costing us quite a lot of money. And we know for sure that, for example, 1 day of use of OpenAI is 100,000 liters of water. So that's the equivalent of 1 day of use of OpenAI worldwide. So imagine what that means in the future. Something about the prediction of the cost. Epoch AI is an organization, is an NGO by a lot of people, which is looking at a lot of how AI is working and affecting the society. So at this moment, you see we are somewhere here. So we have all of these new data sets and so on, and human-generated public test is there. But you see, we have this area where we know that about 80% of the data and of the stuff will not be created by the humans and will be not automatically created. This is the hype cycle of artificial intelligence. And we know for sure that only then, when we will be here, artificial intelligence will be fully embedded and quite true. We are more or less in the innovation trigger. This is an image from November 2024 based on the data and analysis of more than 1,000 experts, which were looking at how the hype cycle is applying to different aspects of AI because everybody, this is all AI, more or less. And for example, we know that computer vision, so you enter with your car in the parking lot and it recognizes your plate and you don't need, you pay or it's automatically you're allowed to get in and out. That's artificial intelligence. And that's based on computer vision or whatever face recognition or whatever we are doing in the airports or anywhere else. And also the data which we have in our IDs, it's also computer vision. So all of these are already at the level of productivity, where it can be used at industrial scale much more easier and much better. We are now, some of them are up, some of them are going down. We know now that generative AI is going down. A lot of people are disillusioned. They're not so happy on how ChatGPT is performing. They know the limitation. They understand the harm, the unethical use. So it's quite different than what is happening nowadays. But there are a lot of them which are still going up, and we will see them in a huge trend. These are some of the most popular generative AI applications, and where we are using it because this is how it was designed to be used. In language, with LLMs, in marketing quite a lot. Quite a lot of people do their social media posts with the support of AI. You have an automatic AI agent in all of the social media. In management, you do a lot of your secretary work. I have very good generative AI tools, which goes with me in my meetings online or face-to-face. Face-to-face, not so good because it doesn't understand based on voices who is speaking, but online it recognizes very well. Give translation, automatic translation, make summary, and take notes of that meeting. There's just one example, but there are many others. It's very good already in translation. We are thinking quite a lot of people from the language learning are asking themselves if they will still have a job in 10, 20 years from now, because automatic translation might make it that we don't need to learn the language. You will just speak to your phone and your phone in your language, and your phone will answer back in whatever language is possible. And now there are tools which can still do that. Not so accurately, but probably quite accurately in the future. But I think what we need to emphasize here, especially if we are speaking about learning a new language, is that when you learn a new language, you are able to independently understand the culture and the underground meanings of every word which you are saying. It's not only an automatic generated mixture of the words based on statistical data, but it's your creative way of expressing yourselves, which makes why some of us are artists, why some of us are very good at public speaking and other not, because we all use the same language. But that's the difference between us. And that's something which we need to encompass in our education system. The difference between what makes us different than any machine. Text generation and code development. I need to say, as I'm teaching computer science, we use it in code development for many, many years, at least for 5, 6 years, even before ChatGPT. We'll be using AI tools for learning and teaching how to do code development. In audio, creating music, there are lots of music nowadays created by that. Speech and audio clips with text inputs, and you will see also, I will have a video which was created based on audio and text input. Visuals, avatars, all my presentation, you've seen it from the beginning, is created by humans, but I have some bits where I will point to where images are created by avatars, and especially my avatar, which is very funny, and also videos and other illustration and editing existing images. Here is the important bit, the synthetic data. So this is what we call digital labor. So those which are working in the background worldwide, you don't know them, they don't know what you're doing, which I know, for example, I'm teaching, let's make it virtual reality applications development. But somewhere in the world, somebody else is writing code and deliver it and so on. I probably think that's a human. Probably not. There might be a machine which will create that data, feed it back into the co-development AI application, and that means that it's going to be delivered as a synthetic data onward. Training AI models where data doesn't exist, that's the most dangerous bit at this moment, and it's happening. Label efficient learning, how we are calling it efficient learning, how we know if students are doing efficient learning or not, and then obviously additional augmented training data. These are the most popular at this moment generative AI tools, which are Copilot, ChatGPT, and Gemini. Each of them have huge numbers of usage and so on. This is the data which was released at the end of the year 2024 officially by Microsoft and by Dynatech and by all the systems together, because they wanted to be able to assess what's happening. This is, for example, an analysis which was just released in the AI Index, which is developed annual report by Stanford University at the end of February 2025. And it's looking where we are and what's happening and what is really happening in terms of inference, price, and tokens and so on. And you see that the price was very high for each of the token. Token means how much it costs every iteration which you are making, and it's going down. So we know that nowadays we are in the long tail curve where the cost per iteration is much smaller than it used to be 2 years ago. And that means that more people are using it and more people are paying to use it. These are some tools where you are able to see what we have at this moment. There are probably more than thousands, tens of thousands of applications for different areas and so on. Recently, I've seen even an application which, beside of predicting, for example, the snow, I'm saying because you are in a very mountain region, how much the snow is coming and if it's good for skiing. I saw an application nowadays developed for skiing, which allows you to know how deep is the snow in each side of the mountain and how soft it is, and if you can go there or not. These are the most common generic chatbots. I don't know if you are familiar with Manus. Tomorrow I will give you an example on how you can co-create with Manus and also with another tool with a combination effect of other tools, where you can really create your educational courses or materials in a much easier and faster way, and more interesting probably even for the students. But there are so many of them, and quite a lot of them are very, very good. This is, for example, an analysis which was done by Korkmaz on how we are looking at different ease of integration and creative writing. And as you see, in creative writing, ChatGPT, ChatSonic, and DeepMind Gemini, especially Gemini nowadays, is becoming much better than it used to be. It's getting better and better. So all of them, you see how much they're using real-time data and so on. The AI community is working together in, it's an application and also a community behind, not only an application, which is called Hugging Face, which is trying to analyze on open source. This is a screen capture which I've done last night. I'm doing it all the time the last moment, because this shows the open source. It's a big discussion nowadays. Everybody which is working in computer science, they know that open source is very important in everything what we are doing. Sorry, apologies. It's looking at how much of the open code and access will be given to everybody. So also us in universities or in research are able to use AI. So quite a lot is happening now, and it's living and it's giving it back to everybody. You are able to see the time lapse of AI until now. And the only thing which I want to say that it's in the terms of 1 year, look how dense it became, and look how many things are happening, and how many things probably will happen in the future. And also the input of the quantum computing chip from Willow, is which was just released in December 2024, It's probably going to make a huge difference. So basically, let's go back to our questions in Menti. Let's see, is it happening? Can you answer it or not? Then it's not. Please allow me to go to the thing in, and I want to see also if we have any questions or something like that until now. Please let me know if you can answer the Mentimeter or not.
Здравствуйте, госпожа Диана. Спасибо за ценную информацию. Хотел уточнить, вот для обучения, нейрообучения, какое количество экспериментов достаточно? И если недостаточно количество экспериментов, то какие инструменты, какие алгоритмы для аугментированных данных вы используете?
Oh gosh, this is a very difficult question. I need to say, how many experiments? Thousands. So basically, you need to do a lot of things to be able to really train the data and experiment and improve the algorithm and the how it's looking at it. So at least thousands, in my opinion. That's one. And how complicated it is depends. Probably you are in computer science or something like that. You know that how to say AI. That, like, for example, the Llama, one of the most famous large language models at this moment, which is for open use for more or less everybody, allows you at one moment to do, I think it's 100,000 iterations per second. So this shows to you how much power you need to do. So I just give you an example. We have a chatbot in my university, and we are using it in our virtual campus, which is Moodle. I don't know if you use Moodle or not so much, which is an open source software for learning environment. And Moodle is using about nowadays, when the chatbot is really questioned by the students, usually before exams, is using only half of the computing power which we have on our servers. The chatbot is using half of the other. No problem. Okay, so have you been able to hear me? I just want to say that I still have things to present today until we took the break, because I know that you are looking at the break quite soon. Probably you are a tiny bit later with about 10 minutes, but we'll start a tiny bit later. So let's see. Some questions here. I want to see first the Menti. I don't know if I answered to the question, if you've been able to understand what I was saying. Okay, let's go to this one. So quite a lot what describes your AI experience and information until now. I quite like this one, that it makes life easier, that it's very necessary, and quite a lot of you say also that it's beginning and it's helpful in exam and helpful in study. That's a good point. And it's quite interesting that it's happening this. I don't know how many students we have here. I had an exam yesterday afternoon with my students in Master in Multimedia Technologies, and they needed to design blogs. Half of their blogs were done with AI, half. And I will speak later on about regulation. In my university, you are allowed to do that, but you need to be very transparent of it, and also integrate explanations how you are doing it and why. I want to go to the next question, and I want you to allow you a bit of translation time. I don't know how well do you see. Do you want me to read these questions, or can you see it? Oh, fine. Okay. Yes, can you? Yeah, I can read them. If not, I will leave everybody and you can read them and translate them because they need translation. I was trying to make them in Russian, but English and Russian in the same time was not working very well in Menti, unfortunately. And I want them to be able to answer to this. Do you see the questions? Yes, statement. Yes, sorry, statement. Yes. I'm quiet for 10 seconds, so to allow you to translate. We're 1:30 in the room, so we only have 6 answers. Please answer a bit more of you. Don't know if you need this code. I'm putting it for a second now. So let me comment a tiny bit. What I'm expecting from this is to see a curve like this. I don't know if you see my mouse on the screen or not, but a curve which will make it that demonstrating knowledge of good practicing, of protecting data, and of discussing the presence and impact of AI, and recognizes sources of bias, of errors in AI to be higher, okay? And then as we go here to have less. So I'm quite very happy to say that you are doing it quite better here, because quite the highest number, as you see, is from engaging in collaborative processes to go design new products based on AI systems to support and enhance learning and teaching, which means that you already have overpassed quite a lot of the things happening in the AI and in education, and you are working together to do it better. So this is for me quite important because it shows to me that you have had a level of confidence on how it is working between all of you. So I hope this will, I will close, I will exit full screen and I will stop share and I will go back into my presentation now. And if it needed, please continue sharing the Menti. I will, if we have more answers, I will come back to those because it's going to be really good if we are able to have more answers on that. So going back to my presentation, I will skip some slides. So if you will, when you will receive the presentation, you will be able to see that I skipped quite a lot of slides. So this is, I told you about the acceptance level. This is the avatar, which is about me. I ask Midjourney, in fact, which is a very powerful tool on image creation and avatars, to create an avatar of me. And I didn't fed it with any image, just from the images which the tool could find it online. And the eyes and the color of the hair is quite correct, but I never ever had any image with the sign of victory published anywhere. In fact, I don't make it. It's not normal for me. So he got it a bit wrong. And he made me as a warrior. I don't understand why and how, but I quite like it, to be honest, because I consider myself I'm at war sometimes with a lot of things. Here, for example, you can see this is an AI in education Microsoft study, which was very, very famous back in 2023, but it's still more or less the same level of percentage. That quite a lot of us in the leader area think that it's a huge increase on plagiarism and cheating because of AI in education. The educators even more, and the students know that they are going to be accused that they are cheating with AI. So this is just an indication that half of the students know that they are going to be accused and they are still using it. Professors is also know that it's a lot of cheating which is happening, and also for educational leaders, so the rectors and so on. This will show to us that it's very important to look at the data and of the analysis and of the surveys are happening into the into different ways of doing it with AI. This is a study which was done by KPMG, the big American company, which is looking at how AI is happening in the workforce. And this is just to show you that it's a big difference between how we are using AI in education and how AI is used in the industry, especially in well-developed countries. But in well-developed countries, AI is already used quite a lot, and it's a lot of trust and acceptance for the use of AI in different tools. As you know, I'm coming also from the IEEE, and you will be able to find a lot of information, and especially if you're from the technological spectrum, from the technological area in the IEEE spectrum, which is a magazine which is free, and you can read it. And if you are a member, you can even get access to more information and data from there. So going back to the idea of what we need to do and understand, I want to be able for you to know how you need to develop your competencies. So these are the new competencies which we are speaking about. You are probably quite familiar with the EU Digital Competencies Framework, the DCOM 2.2, where we are working with 8 different areas and different dimensions. And in each of these, we have up to 22 dimensions of the competencies. Nowadays, the Commission, the European Commission, is in the middle of creating a new framework, DCOM 3, which is going to be released quite soon. And it's really looking at only how you can engage with AI systems in a confident, critical, and responsible way. So that's what we are doing at this moment. I will skip those. Yeah, so just a tiny bit. This is Stella Lee from Paradox Learning, a colleague which was working quite a lot in universities around the world, and especially in England. She left the university and she's working only on AI literacy frameworks. And she created this, and she's the only one which have the courage of numbering it. And in fact, you can see that how important it is to have this AI fundamentals, data, critical thinking, and fact-checking, and different use cases, and then understand the ethics, and then the pedagogy and assessment and future. Based on all the surveys which we were doing, and also you've been doing, the professors do the big mistake. They're going only to this. They are very, very afraid and looking at how they can change their assessment, their evaluation of the student work, and not to use AI. But if you don't really understand all of the other aspects, it's becoming very difficult for you to be able to do proper AI pedagogy and implement assessment where AI either plays a role, so you are working with AI, or it's supported by AI. And that's quite important. Then obviously what you will need to do is, excuse me, it's just that it's back to the Menti, keeps going back to the Menti. I need to tell me if now, yes, it's working. So she's also having an adoption framework for learning and development, where it's also very important that you need to have strategic direction. This is a continuous loop. So it's all the time happening. You need to have a leadership mindset. And I was very happy to hear the rector from the Adam University speaking about the importance of AI and how important it is to be using it in the university and implementing it correctly. And also the organizational capability. So you need to have the training, the support, the framework for doing it, the culture, and just then doing it. And all the time you need to be able to have a sort of measurement and evaluation, what you are looking at and how you are looking at. I mentioned to you before that UNESCO has a lot of recommendation about the use of AI in education. Try to look at these guides. They are available in different languages and you are able to sometimes read it. It's also in Russian, so you will be able to read them. And they are all of them about AI competencies for teachers, for students, on higher education, and also different ways of education. And I will just want to point out two ideas here, is that it's very important to have institutional strategy. If only 1, 2, 3 professors are doing something without having a guideline and a strategy and a structure in the university of doing it properly, it's not going to be the correct way of doing it. I don't know how to emphasize this every time when I'm speaking, is that you need to take responsibility as a dean, as a leader, or even as a normal professor to push it up, that you need to have a strategy in the university on how to use it properly and keep to that strategy, evaluate it, and go back to that. Have a lot of guidance and training, and you need to be able to build up abilities of the students on how to use properly AI, these prompt engineering capabilities. And obviously, you will need to be able to understand what are the biases and what are the requirements, and please do that as much as possible. This is the competence framework for teachers proposed by UNESCO, which is also working to be able to be implemented by also the European Union, where you look at the creating on any tools on any area of AI. And obviously is this idea of where we are going to create AI citizenship ideas into our students' mind, which will allow them to use AI correctly and develop their abilities constantly and continuously. We know that at this moment, it can ingest and compare a lot of information. So for example, if I ask it here, energy efficient micro-credentials, syllabus micro-credentials, they're a big thing in Europe. I was working for the last 10 years in micro-credentials area, and I was looking at this, and it's created me a syllabus quite easily and quite quickly, quite fast, without any problem. And then it can search, doesn't matter in what language, it came with ideas from different languages, and it can be specific, but it still invents a lot of stuff. I was still able to see that it invents a lot of things there. So let me skip this, and I will go back to this question. So if you can answer to this one, because I want to still explain to you the things which you need to worry about. There's another Menti. Do you see? This one. I want this one. Oh, start. Tell me, do you see the Menti? Can you answer to one of those? Okay, good. So we'll leave it for you to answer, and then we will come back to it. Now, I want to share with you some things to worry about, okay? So the biases. We all know that it's making a lot of hallucination. As you can see here, Google Gemini is making the less hallucination at this moment. Obviously with OpenAI O3 Mini, because you know OpenAI has now different levels depending on how much you are paying also and what it gives you access. I don't know exactly how much you will be able to access in Kyrgyzstan, but I hope you will be able to do quite a lot of them. It's also quite a lot of the new ones which are coming now, like Deep Search and Manus, which are not yet analyzed by Vectara. So this is an image which I would like any of you to tell me if it is real or not and what it represents. Can somebody from the room maybe say something? or online. Is this a real image? Come on. I see a friend up. Maybe you want to say something? Or from the room. Is this a real image?
То, что слева это искусственный интеллект, то, что справа это реальное фото.
So the one on the left is real.
Индейцы искусственный интеллект, а рыцарь это реальная фотография.
Кажется, наоборот.
Что оба искусственный интеллект.
А по-моему, оба искусственный интеллект.
Да, я тоже так думаю.
Okay. Both are fake. And believe it or not, this is a 2-year-old image which was created and sent around the world, and everybody on social media believed them. And they are AI-generated image of Aztec warriors, a selfie, and of Spanish conquistador selfie. Anybody who knows the minimum history will understand that Aztec warriors will never take a selfie. They don't have in that culture that, because they were not able to see by themselves in anything else than a water mirror. They had no mirrors, nothing. The same with the Spanish conquistadors. But the most important thing which will allow you to identify any image which is fake is the smile. Because this is called the American smile, because it is very popular nowadays to know, as I already mentioned it several times, the major of the data is coming from an English-speaking world and male-dominated, white male in specific. So in white male-dominated English-speaking world, smiling in any image is very important. And this is why a lot of your avatars, a lot of your images will have you a smiling person. Very rarely it will be not smiling, and it's called the American smile. And obviously they are all reproduction of the same image. One of them is an image from a movie or from a painting, which was then multiplied with small changes several times, and all of them are fake. This is how it's easy to understand what is fake, because it lies very, very well. But if you think, this is why critical thinking is important, you will see immediately it's fake. Because, as I said, in this time, it's impossible to be happening. Even if they're actors in a movie, they will never take a selfie like that. Any image, historical image of the Spanish conquistadors or of the Aztec, even from old paintings or anything, drawings or graphical representation, will have them in a line, separated and very serious, not like this. And it's very easy because of this to facilitate impersonation. And it's a huge discrimination which is based on social landscape, on gender, obviously on race. Even those, they have the features of the white males and of ethnicity. And this is, if you don't correct it, if you feed this back and you don't say this is fake, and you receive it on social media and you say, oh, it's nice and so on, you comment, it's automatically acknowledgement that it's true. And it's feeding in that synthetic data, which I was speaking about, as a true image. Okay? Even, OpenAI has a lot of drawbacks on what is happening and so on. But there are a lot of the problems nowadays. They are very convincing of the generative on how real they are, because they look real, even if they are not real. And that's what is very important. This is coming from my colleague, which will present also today and tomorrow, about the Lensa AI. Lensa AI, which was very popular and is still very popular, especially on social media, was to create avatars. Everybody was feeding 5 to 10 images to Lensa AI on Facebook, Instagram, or whatever else, to create an image of themselves, a better version, as a princess, or as a warrior, or as a Kyrgyz hunter, or shepherd, or something like that. And then you will give up all the rights on your image. I never in my life of doing this for 35 years have seen any software which will use so many words of being able not to have any legal action against it if they are using your image for something else. So you've been training data and feeding data to a software which we know at this moment makes impersonation. So you will be able to get a message on WhatsApp or whatever other tool you are using, which will look like you, will sound like you, and will ask money from you, which is the most famous hoax now created by AI, at least in Europe. And nobody, your mother will not know it's not you. But you starting doing it by feeding a lot of that data with real image. So these are basically the huge AI risks for AI in education. And I will stop here for the moment after I will explain a tiny bit of this. AI in learning, it's huge risk because it's used by the students, and if it's not used properly, then it can create already bad, abilities of superficial thinking, of superficial learning, of not really going very in deep. It's a lot of algorithmic and data discrimination and misuse. We know that it's a lot of biases, it makes errors because of how data is used and also sometimes of the algorithmic design. The big problem is the privacy concern, is using all of your data without telling you. It's using your images, which are public anywhere, without telling you. Is what we consider cheating because it doesn't acknowledge real data or synthetic data or that real data from whom was created and where is located. And this is also led into the ethical use of it and how much we can use it. It's this lack of transparency of the black box in quite a lot of generative AI. And what we know is that it can lead to dehumanizing learning experiences. If you don't have good educators, which will be able to use AI properly in your class or in even in online learning, the learners soon will say, I don't need a professor. I can go and learn online from an AI tutor because that will answer immediately and very correctly to my answers. I don't need that experience of a human if that human doesn't raise the bar and do it better. It's a lot of dependency on technology and on digital divide, which is very true. And we know that it's huge costs in the area of implementation and running it. And based by a professor from Stanford, and also this was written by Anthony Camilleri from Knowledge Innovation Center, is AI will become the calculator for the learning content design. And tomorrow I'm going to show to you how you can easily create learning content from information which you already have and improve it with videos and so on. So basically, that's the main ideas for this moment. We will need to stop it for a 10 minutes break. We are already a bit of late based on this schedule. So tell me, I see there are only comments to the image, which is good. And I wanted to have a look at how the Menti is looking. The Menti is looking good. But not so many of you are answering. Can you ask them, is the problem of language or why it's not people answering so much?
Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, ответьте активнее, да, на опрос. На опрос.
Да, там нет. Ну, не все ответили, могут ответить.
Okay, good. So,
У
do we
нас
take
есть
a 4
одна
minutes break?
поднятая рука, один комментарий. Ну, есть поднятая рука. Может быть, комментарий, может быть, вопрос. Можем дать слово, да, госпожа Гуляин?
Абулсымова.
Алтынбек, дайте про этот, да? Гуляим Абдуласымова, да? Мне просто не видно здесь полностью имя. Пожалуйста, да, вы можете задать вопрос, или у вас просто случайно поднятая рука?
У меня два вопроса, можно, да?
Да, пожалуйста.
Вот первый вопрос. Вот, оправдано ли использование D50+, ну вот платной версии, это сейчас $200 стоит, на ваш взгляд, как? Отличаются ли они обычная и вот эта платная версия? И второй вопрос. Вот для исследования иногда используем для расчетов, для моделирования нейронные сети. Вот, и насчет вот конфиденциальности данных. Эти расчеты, эта информация, он конфиденциален внутри нейронной сети или может применяться, выдаваться другим пользователям?
In 99% of the cases, it's not private.
Он не слышно ее, да?
You hear me? Okay. So in 99% of the cases, it's not private. What you are creating, what you are saying is shared with the others without your acknowledgement and without knowing. How it can be made private, obviously, if you have a paid account or a pro account and different tools, you've been mentioning ChatGPT, for example, O3 version of OpenAI, it's allowing you to choose that you are only using that, it's not saving in the history, obviously it's not getting better, but it's all the time getting the answers only to you. Also, the other possibility is that you are using university-based systems. Stanford, Harvard, German university, us in Romania, I've seen yesterday an example from Kazakhstan, have their own educational ChatGPT, if you want, or generative AI tools. They're probably not that good, not so correct, but they are at least ensure the privacy. This is why tomorrow I will explain how important it is to use AI correctly when you are doing research. Because if you have a very important research idea and you are discussing it with ChatGPT, you can be sure that somebody else will pick up that idea and will reuse it. I don't know, is it clear?
Да, спасибо.
Okay, yeah. So do we take a 10-minute break or not now? Or I know it's a bit later than we were planning to do it because I will go much faster over the regulations because there are not so many policy makers here.
Диана, наверное, если возможно, да, давайте на 10 минут перерыв сделаем. Спасибо. Коллеги, через 10 минут возвращаем. Диана, вы готовы к следующему раунду?
I know. Do you hear me?
Звук.
Что-то да, говорит, но не слышно звук. Нет, переводчик не знаю.
Before going into the next round, I remind you about the use of the Menti. If you can put it also in Russian or something like that. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Do you hear me? Good, because I was saying that if you can share again the Menti in Russian language, I was just putting it now again because I want in the chat, because I know the Menti questions, because I want to comment a tiny bit first on that, and then I will go into the presentation mode. If they can, yes. No, if you can translate the request into writing also in the chat box to answer the Menti, because I put it only in English, and if you can put it also in Russian or in Kyrgyz, that I'm asking them to answer the question and also what is now on the screen. So, because this is an important question and I want to be able to explain it, and we only have 30 answers out of 100 people. Okay, then I will be able to say it, and then you can translate it by word. Okay, so my question in Menti is that what concerns you most about using AI in education? Biased results, job displacement, student privacy, or lack of critical thinking? They can select all or only one. Thank you. Okay, so for me, it's still surprising that only some of you are saying that the job displacement is very little. What is your own concern? And also the biased results. But it's quite important that you see how difficult will be to develop critical thinking for students in the era of AI. Why this is important is because if you don't develop this critical thinking, if you don't say why it's important for an educator to do its job properly in any kind of education systems by using AI to support its teaching and to support students' learning, the students will still use AI. It's no way of getting out of students not using AI, but they will use AI for plagiarism or cheating. They will not use it only as an assistant, as a helper, for doing the things faster or better. What is also quite something which I'm surprised is that you don't think that this is an invasion of student privacy, because it is. And you have no idea how many of your students have inputted in ChatGPT your whole materials. I discovered also back 2 years ago that all the PDF with my presentation, with my text, which I gave to my students, were fed into ChatGPT by students who were asking to make summaries out of it, to make questions out of it. And in fact, they've been using ChatGPT as their study buddy. So their student, the colleague as a student, which will help them learn, which is good. We encourage them to do this, but on the same time is you giving out a lot of your private and intellectual property to a machine, to OpenAI in this case. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just want to be sure that you are hearing and understanding what I'm saying.
Я думаю, что один из ответов – это как раз то, что вот мы в нашем опросе, в презентации я показала, что только 20 с небольшим процентов испытывают вот такого рода сомнения и страх. Вы видели, да? И очень многие люди еще, которые пользуются уже чатом GPT, они как бы не вполне себе отдают отчет, какую информацию они передают искусственному интеллекту и как она в дальнейшем может быть использована. Поэтому мы и говорили о том, что очень важны обучение и создание некоторых регулятивных и этических рамок.
You're very correct. Thank you very much. This is if everybody understands this from today, we are hooray. We are winning. Good. So I will go now to explain why or to give you some ideas, in fact, not to explain, why it's so important to have different levels of regulations in your institutions and also everywhere else. And I will just go to this second presentation, which is looking at the, just give me a second just to be sure that you are seeing it correctly, which is looking at how the AI is doing it. And I just want to pin myself, so I'm pretty sure that you are all seeing me and not somebody else because of some technological glimpses. So basically, in European Union, and I will go very fast over this because this can be a model for you. You can just look into it if you don't have something at national level or at institutional level. We have had developed since 2021 quite a lot of development on the AI use. And this is a very famous EU AI Act, which is the Artificial Intelligence Act, which was voted last year, exactly 1 year ago. And since August 2024 is in force, is a law in European Union. In this case, there are several levels of risk. Unacceptable risk is everything which you see also social scoring. So anything which is classifying people based on their behavior, socioeconomic status, or personal characteristics, which for us in higher education systems means that in learning analytics or in admission exams, we cannot rely on AI tools which will tell us which are the students which will do better, so to enroll them, and not the others which might not be so good, not be so performant, or the students which, because they come from a social background, they are from rich families or well-educated families, we want them in our universities because we know they will do better. They will not have dropouts and so on. So this is unacceptable use of AI, and quite some universities have been trying to use it. Also, it's considered high risk anything in education and vocational training, which means that we need to be very transparent. We can use AI, and this is something which we need to have in our guidelines and rules in the university, that we can use AI, but we need to be very transparent about it. And I will not go over too much on this. Here we have another mentee. I'm sorry, I know, because I told you I have things for you to do. I want to see if you know any guidelines, national ones or something like that, for the use of AI. The same link, the same regulations are happening. And why it's important. So this question is that I'm reading it for the translators. This is for you only. Do you know the international, EU, national regulations or guidelines for the use of AI anywhere in the society, not only in education? Yes, no, maybe, no idea. I'm putting the QR code for a second up.
Уважаемые участники, пожалуйста, активнее участвуйте в вопросах. Это даст возможность нашим коллегам лучше построить с нами работу. Можете выключить, да?
This is quite important. Thank you very much for this. Why this is important? Because it shows to you that you are in, let's make it like that, in the winter area of AI use. Because imagine how it will be for you to drive a car in a country or in a city where there is no regulation on how to do it, and you don't know the rules of stopping at red light. And you will go further. And because it's happening in the digital world, you think it's no harm. It is huge harm. It's creating damages as much as a car accident. So one of the first things which I will kindly ask the colleagues from the Adam University and other universities which are now present is to try to invest as much as possible on finding the national regulations or guidelines, if not creating them, and training your professors and your students on what are these. It's like you will do a new driving school, but this driving school is about AI. And now I have even a more difficult question, which I will read it for you to translate. Does your institution have AI regulations or recommendations? So if you are in education system, do you know that they have AI regulations or recommendations? If you know for sure you don't, you say no. If you don't know, you say I don't know. If you know they exist and you read them, you say yes. So this is quite clear for me that, and I encourage the rector from the Adam University to become the leader on building up institutional regulations. And I will give you some examples to inspire you, because it's very important. You cannot imagine one student is cheating with AI. If you don't have any regulation in your university, you cannot do nothing against it, not even give it a failure in the exam. Because he's right. If you don't forbid it or you don't regulate it, it's free to use. This is the standard rules of legislation. If you're not forbidden or regulated, that means that anybody can use it as they want. So it's very, very important for you to do this and to create these recommendations, okay? I'm moving now to some ideas. European Digital Education Hub, you can enroll, it's free and open to everyone in the world. And we have a lot of people which are not from Europe, which are using it and becoming members. You just need to enroll yourself. You give an email address and some questions. Is having a squad, a team which is working on artificial intelligence and education. And they publish a lot of information on teacher competencies, on how to support, on scenarios, and so on. And also about the ethics and the influence of governments and how you can teach with AI and so on. So please have a look, enroll in the European Digital Education Hub, because that's a place where you can find a lot of information for you to translate into, some probably it's already in Russian, I'm not very sure in Kyrgyz, but you will be able to have it in your own language and spread it among everybody else. Even recently, they created a set of policy recommendations which is clearly creating accountability for AI systems in education, which means that you need to have how to be able to explain to people the legal part and the ethical part of AI. And for this, you need to do workshops. You start first, as I started, with explaining how AI works. Then you move into ethical and regulations, what we are doing now. And just then you start explaining about tools and doing the teaching part of it or the learning part of it. Because people need to have the basic of AI literacy to be able to understand it better. And this is a set of regulations which will help you to do it. Okay? It's a very famous paper about AI positive in education, which is looking, it's called the Manifesto of Teaching and Learning, which is looking at the AI positive aspect in education. The most important bit is the potential for self-education, the time saving, and the personalized learning. And if it is used properly, it really can enhance creativity and innovation. And that's what we need to learn, how to use it better for an ethical use and for creativity and innovation. There are so many negatives of the use of AI in education, especially if it's not used properly and correctly. The first one is the biases, the discrimination, the ethics, and obviously the big part is the academic integrity, the cheating, the plagiarism. There are a lot of legislation around the world. I will not explain this too much. I want to explain a tiny bit about the AI regulations in higher education, okay? So this is, for example, how AI regulations have been starting around the world in higher education. The students starting using AI, some innovative academics starting using it, and so on. Then the academics starting using it in syllabus, in creating new resources, or completely banning it. I don't know how many of us can still ban it, because students will still use it. You need to be in a cave on top of the mountain without internet not to use AI nowadays as a student. I'm pretty sure about that. So that means that university needs to make actions against this. The best will be if you create regulations, you have guidelines, so structural support, and also you create partnerships, either with technology companies or with other universities or research universities to be able to deliver it better, and then develop your own AI system and tools. Here, you will be able to see and hear the same text, which is coming from UNESCO, EU combination of regulation, but done with AI. This is done with Synthesia, with a combination of presentation and so on, but these are not humans. These are just images of people taken from online and voices from online and creating this video. I will not play it for longer. You will have access to it, and I can give you the link where you can see it because it's all in English and it doesn't have automatic translation in Russian.
Welcome. As AI reshapes higher education, there's a push to modernize assessments, boost student experiences with AI, and evolve academic roles and expectations. The 2021 AI Ethics Guide from UNESCO underscores the need for educational leaders to tackle AI ethical issues. Recommendations include enhancing AI understanding, innovating teaching, promoting AI research, and prioritizing gender equality and community involvement around AI. Yet, according to a UNESCO survey, a mere 13% of universities have AI policies. What can we learn from these pioneers? Let's start our journey in the USA.
Okay, so you will be able to see there are several images of several people. I will just go further ahead. Each of them trying to explain what it is in the text of the AI UNESCO thing. This was created by a colleague of mine from Sweden, from Uppsala University, just to showcase how wrong it can be, because it a lot of mistakes. The faces are not done correctly, and for example, this is a huge bias. For the American is a male, it's a white male. When we are speaking about study and survey, as a teacher is a white female. Then when we are speaking about the UK system is a black male. Then when we are speaking about the policies of the EU is a very simple looking female, and which is looking at how this are possible. And this is the student voice who is as you can see, from more or less an Asian origin. So this is just showcases to you that Synthesia, which is a very powerful video creation tool, which I will encourage you sometimes to use, is also creating mistakes, and you need to train it to do it better, okay? I will give you the example of what's happening in my university. Back in May 2023, so 6 months later, after OpenAI has released ChatGPT, we created the recommendations which were approved by the Senate, which allows students and professors to use it, but in the ethical and also rights and authenticity regulation. So all the time, we created a clear guideline and structure that it needs to analyze the process and has a validation of what's happening, to include the question and the answer in the examples, and it needs to be cited accordingly. And that also will allow us to look at how it's happening. We created a lot of guidance and structure in the university, running every month tutorials and support and seminars, where you are able to see how you can use AI in education. This is the only way how you can do it. There are some other examples in other areas, for example, from Bergen, Norway, in social sciences. From Heidelberg, again, in social sciences. And quite comprehensive ones coming from Amsterdam, where you have them in all levels of how you can use it in different models. And one of the most comprehensive ones are the regulations for researchers, teachers, and students from Leuven, from Belgium, Katholische Universiteit. And they quite clearly say that you need to be transparent, you need to verify, and you don't need to think this is a human answering to you. One of the biggest mistakes, presumptions, especially students are making in the conversation with ChatGPT, for example, is that they are humans. No, it's just a machine, just an algorithm who is answering you. It's not a human, it's not thinking, and it's not analyzing what they are answering. They are just simply answering based on statistical data. And this is something which you all need to understand very, very well. There are a lot of regulation on how to use it for research. Tomorrow, I'm going to speak about how to use it in science and research, because in the academic world, everybody needs to look at research, because you do need to do research to be working in higher education around the world. And how you publish scientific publication, because the rules are very, very strict now in conferences or in journals, how you can use AI. There are a lot of examples in this Padlet, which is created commonly by the universities from United States. You will be able to have a lot of inspiration on how different universities are creating regulation and guidelines. Guidelines is how to use it, give you indications at different levels, okay? Have a look at them. And I will skip this Menti because I want to go back to the ethical considerations. It's very important to know, to understand that AI is using quite a lot of unethical data. So it's using internet data without permission or consent. This can be considered intellectual property theft, because a lot of artists or authors, as I said, even my work was put online by the students, and then it's becoming public knowledge. It's not anymore only mine, because everybody can use it. The only way of avoiding this is openly. This is why I choose to open share my knowledge with acknowledgement on a platform which identify this as my knowledge with metadata, because this will allow a sort of tracking of information. Any large language model, any artificial intelligence tool will be able to understand if you are asking questions, and they will find my presentation, that this is my presentation, because the metadata on that platform will tell it that, okay, this is allowed to be informed
It's not allowed to be copied because of the Creative Commons license, and it's mine. This is the only way, in my opinion, to avoid this intellectual property theft. Be more open about how you are publishing and how you are putting the information up. Quite a lot of these generative AI are using data without telling the individuals that they are using it. It takes a lot of time to find out if your information is public knowledge for a generative AI. One of the biggest problems, as you've seen, is the academic integrity. And this is something which we need to avoid. It's a lot of plagiarism and cheating. The students are using it without even saying that they are using it. And it's quite important to learn the students that they need to be transparent about it. You cannot imagine that the students don't use it. Imagine all the time that the students are using it. But teach your students to say how they are using it, and teach your students to tell you the reason why they are using it, how they ask the question, how they put the prompt, and how they analyze that data. This, if it's not used properly and correctly, will give a lot of superficial learning and an erosion of critical skills. I've seen it with my students. If you don't point to them, and if you don't make an oral evaluation and discussion, a focus group or whatever, with your students on how they've been using it and why, they will use it very quickly and very fast without saying it and without learning nothing. But if you start questioning what they are learning and how they use the AI, I will give you a brief example from my yesterday exam. As I said, they needed to develop a blog, and they developed half of the blog was done with AI, also in coding, also on images, videos, and in text. But what I asked my student is to analyze at each blog post and code why and how was done that. And they needed to justify the text, the image, and the code, how was created, what prompt was used, if it's correct, or how they can improve. And I asked them all the time to improve the text and the code, which was given by them to them by the AI. This already made them understand the limitations of AI, but also made them acknowledge the power of AI and also how they can use it properly. It's the only way forward, in my opinion. So as my general advice is this: don't ban Gen AI, but use it responsibly. Have policy consideration, and regulations and guidelines are compulsory. And this needs to be by each target group. Give training and guidance constantly and continuously. Don't stop. Consider we've done one, it's enough. No, it needs to be done continuously. Look at the safety and the data security and try to look how it can be improved in an administrative way. And the most important bit is to improve the academic integrity. And this can be done only through collaboration and coordination and consistency. So be very precise and keep that line. Don't allow one to use it in another way, one to use it in no way. Because if you are consistent on doing it, that will allow you to do it better and be professional, and also prepare the students for the second generation. And this, don't invent the wheel. Look at what others have been done. You can even copy, translate it, mentioning that you are taking that information from that university and going further over from it. So let's see. I want to see now you can write in Russian. That's not a problem. And this is my last Menti, and then I will leave my colleague to go over it. Is that what is the most important aspect to be part of an AI guidelines for higher education? Even questions in Russian are accepted. Or Kyrgyz. I want to see if I can understand it. So anybody, somebody. What is the most important aspect to be part of AI guidelines for higher education? Yep. And here, if it's possible, I would like to invite the vice rector or and here I wanted to have also a bit of a comment from the people in the room, from the experts. If anybody can say something in any language or comment on it, will be very good. Okay, so the only thing which I can say, all of them are important. You cannot only look at data or ethical use. You need to be able to have also the limitation, the structure, and the support. And you need to give as much as possible information in this guideline. Okay, so all of these aspects need to be, it's important to be part of any AI guideline in your university. And I need to say, if you don't do it, you cannot create that culture of academic integrity, of transparency, of ethics, and the technology will overcome to you. It's not you who will use the technology. It's the technology which will use your knowledge, your intellectual property, and your data without you knowing or being acknowledged of it. And this is the first step. As I said, this is just the beginning. Okay, let's see. Data privacy, academic honesty. I think this is also academic honesty here and so on. Yeah. So I don't just want to say that all of them are important. You need to treat all with the same importance. Okay, so I will stop sharing here and I will kindly ask if you have any questions at this moment. If not, I will give the floor to my colleague Gabriela. She's here. I know I've seen her. Yes, she's here.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, yes, I'm here, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Gabriela is going to speak about some tools and models of learning and teaching, and we will try to make it as fast as possible as the time is running out, and then I will do some co-creations models on education.
Okay, I will try to, good morning, everyone. I will try to share my screen. Let's see if I make it.
And if you can adjust a tiny bit your camera, Gabi, please.
Yeah. Just a moment.
Good.
How about that?
This is better. Thank you.
Yes, this is better. Okay. Hello, everyone. So, as Diana mentioned, very briefly, some thoughts about tools and models for learning and teaching. And I would like to just to begin very briefly with playing a short video, 10 seconds. I'm not sure if it will. Yeah, let's try.
Доброе утро. Я рад быть здесь.
So, can you hear
Доброе
it?
утро. Я рад быть здесь.
Yeah. Okay. So, what you see actually
I'm happy to be here.
is this person. That's me, the real me, and the other one was actually, as Diana mentioned earlier, it's not an avatar of myself. It's myself speaking Russian because I didn't find the language Kyrgyz. So I wanted to just to briefly pay attention of this recording because it's how AI can now create realistic videos where it appears that we are speaking, even we are not. So that's why I show this short video to just advance my presentation, and this is my last book about digital assessment in higher education. So very briefly, I will skip this because Diana mentioned I came from West University of Timisoara. But as Diana mentioned before, we could have started with a presentation, synthetic one, for example, Gamma, and remember this tool, Gamma, because it creates fully presentation in just one click. But our question is, I think, do we still need to create everything from scratch? I love making slides. I love making presentation, but it takes too much time. So how should we adapt our expectation in this new era of education? And especially when we are in a hurry or do not have inspiration, is Gamma or any other AI tool a proper one? Does it align with academic integrity? So this is the question that will rules our presentation. How should we, as teachers, educational actor, adapt our expectation in this new era of education? And this is our disclaimer. I would like to make this because this presentation was written by me, but assisted in images and video clips by some tools that I will briefly introduce you. Maybe you know it, but I think they are important for higher education especially. And where are we now? Diana mentioned before about universities providing sufficient education and so on, and how do we learn and how do we think in this AI-dominated world. But I just want to point this briefly item. So starting point, where do we start? Because as Dana mentioned before and show some statistic, we have students that already use AI in their studies, and you can see some figures here, and also some figures about how teachers use AI, and I will not go deeper, but I think our problem is to switch from dilemmas, and this is what we actually have to do. What do we do when almost everything we do and everything we teach can be achieved through AI? So we have to switch from dilemmas to solutions, because now we are in this situation. We no longer ask if, but how. So it's not about what we do for our students. So let's deep diver. I think we have to just frame some questions from our educational settings. It's about to invite this elephant pink to dinner, not just pretend he's not here. And we have some questions that we have to just put ourselves every time we go to classes. For example, how do we thoughtfully and effectively integrate generative AI into teaching, learning, and research, how to evaluate for the credibility, how to use this effectively. And we saw, as Diana covered this, so we'll go further and see how do we invite an elephant to dinner. Because we are in this position with two approaches, one that regards teacher automating informations, one centered on teachers, and the other one it's centered on student, and it's about the augmenting the individual. And when you receive these slides, you have a lot of links. Just please go and click on them, because there are a lot of resources that you can use it in your academic activities. So how should we adapt and rethink and transform our expectation and evaluation? Because as you can see in these statistics made by the Department of Education, I hope Trump didn't erase it. What does it really mean for us? Because this statistic on this slide from December last year, if we saw the figure, paint a vivid picture of a transformative era. So should we really care? Yes, I think yes, because generative AI can automate grading, provide targeted resources, enhance accessibility, and so on. And we saw earlier how students use and why it's important to teach with AI. But from the pedagogical point of view, I just want to briefly pay attention to these three elements. The purpose, why. So the pedagogical approach clarifies why AI is being used, for example, fostering creativity or improving critical thinking. The structure, that means how AI is integrating into teaching, and the tools, the actionable tools, the what, to specific methods or techniques that are used to engage students. So we have to have this alignment, why, how, and what, to ensure that AI is used effectively. And we saw earlier. So how students use AI and what we should teach. We'll just go briefly through some examples. And I'm not sure then if we have time for Menti or not. Maybe if you can just launch it in the chat, people will answer and we'll come back at the end. Yeah, it's okay if we do like this?
Yes, they can answer. It's that image. So
if that image,
you want me to share the screen and discuss about this?
Well, I'm not sure how, so I have to stop the
you need to stop share, and I'll share, and you can talk about it.
Thank you. Yeah. So the question addressing the Menti was if you believe the image is real or not, or it's AI generated, and we'll try to see what is your opinion, because it's an image that presents an Egyptian fresco. So it could be a mix of both. The majority said it's real, it's AI generated. Well, we see here, yes, it's real. I'm not sure. I think this is correct reasoning, but this image is actually synthetic, and intentionally, if you look closer, incorporate some features and patterns that reminds us of Egyptian art. So somehow these pictures or pictures like this allow us to highlight how Gen AI tools can effectively recreate styles that closely resemble, in this case, historical artifacts, but it makes the students to challenge them to discern their authenticity. So thank you very much, Diana. I can come back to the previous slide. So yeah. So now I want to ask you if do you want to guess the text prompt that was used to create this? Do you have any idea what was the prompt? What was the information that feed the Mid-Journey at that time? Because it's actually it's a picture from 1.5 years ago. So do you have any clue? Well, until you just put the text in chat. So why do I choose this exercise? Because it's a kind of exercise for students just to think how powerful the generative AI. So as a teacher, my goal is not to overwhelm students with complex texts, but to build foundational skills. And this example helps students understand what AI can do, how AI interprets inputs, and what to expect from it. Because this is the text, an ancient Egyptian painting depicting an argument over whose turn it is to take out the trash. So it's kind of a humor thing, but what it's important is just to look at the pedagogical approach, the model, and the strategy, because we need to emphasize the importance of starting small when introducing Gen AI in teaching. And I highly recommend to use, for example, Adobe Firefly, which is a very ethical tool that comes from Adobe, being trained on Creative Commons licenses pictures. So here you can see an overview of how Gen AI tools are currently being used in teaching. And then I just touched some of this. About assessment, we'll talk tomorrow. We have content creation. As you probably know, AI helps teachers by providing writing assistant, generating images, creating videos, and so on. We have then student engagement. Tools like chatbots or virtual reality experience can make learning more dynamic. We have this assessment for automatic grading, plagiarism detection, and so on. But this is the most important part, the personalizations, because now we can have AI as a tool to offer students learning experiences tailored to their needs. So I think the custom learning path, it's the most suitable. And you can do something like this in just 2 clicks with 2 brilliant tools, My Lens or Idea Map. This was a draw with a tool called Escali Draw. And the goal actually is just to give a taste of the possibilities and spark ideas for your own practice using cognitive tools. So a very, very nice tool. I think Diana will talk about more. It's Google Notebook as a personal teacher. It's absolutely amazing. You just try it. You upload actually a lot of sources, 50, I think, on current Gmail account and 300 on the Plus account. But you actually upload your course material, everything is valid. Now it has an option that lets you discover some related topics on the web. And then when the sources are uploaded, you just can generate a lot of things, for example, study guide or a FAQ, and even a mind map, And I'm not sure, Diana, should I briefly make a demonstration or shall you do it by yourself tomorrow?
If you want, you can do it. I will do with Manus.
Okay. So this is Google Netbook.
Because I knew you will do it, so that's why I've changed my name.
So this is the notebook, and as the name said, you can see here a lot of notebooks. I made one this morning about what are the Erasmus program in your country, and I actually add like this a lot of sources that came, for example, from your Drive website, YouTube, and even pasted text. You have here the source limits. As I mentioned before, it's 50 on the free account, but as you have here the sources, you can actually chat with these sources, with all of them, and you can see here 4 sources or just one. For example, only the video, and you can just ask something, for example, list some 3 examples of mobilities for students. And if there are some inputs from video, the Gemini, who is the chatbot for Google Notebook, will give you the answers, and most of all, it will give you also where you can find this in the video. Now, and that's a brilliant, I think, opportunity that we have in Mind Map. Will help any student and any teachers to just have a glimpse of what are the important topic from the sources. And for example, if I'm just click it here are the mind map, and with all the topic from the 4 sources, which are the action covered and so on. For example, if I want to know more about mobility, and pupils and staff in school education, for example, I just click here, and it will take me back to the sources and try to identify which kind of sources discuss this topic. And you can see, for example, it will just guide me to some Erasmus program guide that I uploaded earlier. So this is actually a very, very good tool, and it has also a possibility to generate a podcast between the 2 persons, but only in English. So back to the presentation. So just remember that this is a very, very, very good tool for efficiency, for adaptability, for uploading and chatting with valid sources. We also have Google AI Studio, which is free actually, and this has an important tool in stream real time. If you share your screen, you can actually talk with the Gemini and ask for feedback, ask for enhancing your presentation, for example. And you can do a lot of things. You can, I don't know, do experiments and visualize a thing. You can ask to just modify a code or something. And you can actually integrate it into your teaching. And it's a very, very, very good tool for critical thinking and creative projects. Recently, we saw that Diana mentioned before about the educational division, let's say, of this tool. Recently, some days ago, actually, we've seen the launch of Cloud for Education. We already have ChatGPT Edu, which is a special version of these AI tools. But our question is, if this our question is, what does this actually mean? This educational tailored skills. So what are the needs of schools and universities to use these kind of things? And with Cloud for Education, you can actually draft literature reviews, create rubrics, administrative staff can analyze, for example, enrollment trends and across departments and so on. So there are only 3 universities right now, but anyone is interested can address to Cloud a request to have this in their university. So when it comes to images, we have a lot of possibilities. So I think we have to just be attention at the pedagogy. In this case is visual literacy development, and to encourage students to interpret or create meaning from images, or to fostering critical thinking and creativity. And there are a lot of tools here, and it's better the ChatGPT 4.0 image generation. Still, we have, for example, Runaway or Midjourney that Diana mentioned earlier, but you should try and see which tool is proper for your classes and use it I don't know, as a story tool to engage participants, for example, in deep reflections or exploration of abstract complex or ideas, to connect visual elements or to conceptual narratives. So you can use images in a lot of ways. I believe many of you are familiar with this. What do you see? It's that famous experiment that comes from reality, from psychology. What do you see, a duck or a rabbit? But what is important is that Google actually has a tool. It's called Google Cloud Visions that provides an interesting way to analyze images, and you can interpret images in a narrative context. And what is amazing is that Google, in this picture, do not see a rabbit, only a bird, only a duck. So I think it's our job. I think it's important to talk with students how they actually perceive Gen AI. And we have, for example, in Midjourney and writing the prompts and Elliot, for example, I made this exercise based on Midjourney experiment. What AI thinks professor looks like based on their department. And I'm introducing this to students as a creative exploration of AI-generated imagery in the academic context. And you should try this in any tools. For example, Hugging Face Company, it is free and it is designed to create these AI-generated faces. But I'm sorry about this, I will correct. But I also would like to recommend these tools, Napkin AI, because imagine struggling to explain a complex concept to your students. Now, imagine effortlessly transforming that explanation into a visual, one that is captivated. And that visual, anyone it looks, will understand it. So these innovative tools, I highly recommend it. Takes your lessons plans, key points, any text, and turns into engaging infographics. Everything I made on this presentation is with the help of these skills in just a click. So you should try it because it's very intuitive. You just select the text, there will be a lighting symbol, and you just click and you'll have a lot of styles to choose. And it's brilliant because you have a lot of different options to use it in your educational setting, even in the administrative operations, to just for reports and other documents, or even for social media and academic websites. So another use, it's the humor, using with images. And this, I use meme, for example, generated memes, because it's about teaching ethical thinking, no matter what you teach. And it's essential because this is a powerful technology and we can use it responsible, and we can teach that to our students, because our responsibility is to guide students how to evaluate AI-generated outputs critically. So start with small practical steps. Just look at a meme that is relevant to your academic content and just bring it in your lessons. So you can also gamify or use games in your classes. For example, you can just rely on TED games, because we love TED. We love educational division of TED, and they just released some games that try to put at your test AI logic, prompt design, critical thinking. It gives you feedback. It's a trial and error to improve decision making and problem solving. So you can have a lot of options to use different AI tools. This is my favorite one, machine bias. It's actually a tool that was used by some journalists to investigate the criminal risk and to assess it. And it showcases how AI tools, which is meant to assist in fair decision-making, can perpetuate systemic biases. And Diana talk about some biases. And it's very, very good to just bring this tool in our pedagogy, because it's a problem-based learning and it's an ethical inquiry. And you can also have other tools that you can choose, but you can actually guide students to identify bias using these tools. But some weeks ago, I came across an article, and you can see it on the screen, about how black plastic kitchen utensils could supposedly poison us based on a scientific paper. And you see, this is the scientific paper. However, a researcher from McGill University debunked this claim by identifying a mathematical error in the paper. And this leads to a question. So could an advanced AI model, for example, O1 or Gemini 2.5, detect such errors in scientific literature? So we need to bring this kind of materials to our class. And a very good source is Eton Malik from Western University, which has a brilliant newsletter and a website. So why this approach works? Because it's about collaborative verification, it's a problem-based learning, and it's inquiry-based learning. So some other tools, very briefly, to keep an eye on. Recently, Sora, which is the powerful tool for image and video generation of OpenAI, it was released to everyone. I think only the video generation, it's temporarily stopped for the new account, but using Sora, you can actually align with constructivist pedagogy and experiential learning, because it immerses students in content creations and enable them to actively participate and reflect. And what you see on the screen, it's based on this huge prompt. To be specific, it's one of the tasks that you have to do of how Einstein actually transformed from a sad person to a happy one. So I have used a prompt that Sora library gave us, and I just make some adjustment to have this image. What other things we have to bring into our classes is text to video, and we already saw some examples with Synthesia, with HeyGen, but I think it's really, really nice to try and to invest some time, because we can actually bring the ethical use in our classroom and to discuss the unethical use, especially if you have, for example, elections, or just to discuss some online scams or identity fraud, or just to bring the pedagogy of controversy in your classroom. And this is with Sora, and with 2 clicks and 1 prompt, a simple prompt that you see on the bottom of the screen, I was able to generate this. And also, I would like to...
So glad you are here. I'm so happy to see you. Please hurry up. I don't want to be late again. Ich bin so froh, dass du hier bist. Ich freue mich, dich zu sehen. Beeil dich. Ich will nicht wieder zu spät kommen.
What you already saw earlier in the beginning of the presentation was me speaking Russian. Now it's me speaking German with the same voice, the same modulation, with this tool, Seamless Translation, which comes from Meta. And there are also other tools that you can also use it with some brilliant voice cloning from 11 Labs or Spectre. So these tools that I recommend are very, very simple. So you don't have to have a powerful computer or some advanced digital skills. You can do it with minimum effort. And I also recommend this video, but I will not show you, but as you can see here, this tool actually just take all my gestures, all my voices, and made it in another language. There are a lot of tools, and you can use it in, for example, giving feedback. If you have Erasmus students, or if you are dealing with migrant students, you can just engage them in cultural storytelling projects. And I think these tools are very, very good because they overcome language barriers. And other tools that comes in audio section are Suno, or Revision, or IDEO. This is for music generations, and really with one simple prompt, you have the possibility to generate everything your imagination can create. You can use these songs as background for your materials. You can actually create, for example, an hymn for your classes and so on. Have a lot of possibilities, and even for students it's better because there are students that actually learn through music. Tools that I want to bring you in attention, Diana mentioned Lensa. I want to mention PimEyes, which is also Russian, if I remember correctly. If Lensa collect a lot of data and you actually give your rights to Lensa, this PimEyes actually identifies your picture if it is stolen or if you find it in another place. So you can actually look at PimEyes, but remember they also recollect your image. But it's very, very good because especially it helps in combating misinformation and disinformation. So if you are in a debate task, and if you are like to give your students some opportunities to just comment and emerge in these debating things, I highly recommend the Stanford tool Parlay Ideas. Another one is Kialo Edu, but it's not AI-based. Parlay Ideas is AI-based, and you can actually create a room to discussion and debate, and it's very safe. It's very safe for your student, and it's actually to bring the pedagogy of discomfort and controversy, and to just have a strategy reflective dialogue and ethical explorations. And if you have some neurodivergent people in your classes, I highly recommend the Goblin tools. It's a free digital platform, has a premium mobile options too. But it uses artificial intelligence to help these neurodivergent individuals with daily activities. And it breaks down, for example, complex text in small text, or analyzes message tones, or transform notes into concrete actions or activities, and so on. Basically, it simplifies daily tasks. And it gives you, it provides you a personalized support. It's very, very good, and it's free. And it works very, very, very well with people with ADHD, autism, OECD, and so on. Another tool that is also free, and it comes in more than 300 voices, and also Russian, and I think Kyrgyz included. It's text-to-speech online. You just put a text here and adjust the role, the speed, the voice, the style, the tone, and then you have it, and you can download it, and then you can use it anywhere in your educational activities, and it doesn't need an account. We also have another tool like a chatbot that promotes emotionally intelligence, and it is designed to offer supportive and empathetic conversation. Actually, it helps a user to reflect and learn and grow emotionally, and it's also available at this link with a free account. So basically, you have a lot of tools, and I just mentioned briefly some of them. If you are interested to know more and what these tools can do, and if you are looking to the Bloom's taxonomy, you can actually access this pedagogy wheel. Diana mentioned the other one that it's related with AI, but you can just see if you want, for example, to follow the summary model to evaluate, for example, the level of technology integration in teaching and learning. This really is for you. The idea is that sometimes we feel this choices paralysis and a burnout, teacher anxiety, because we feel overwhelmed and unsure of which tools to use. Just pick one and spend some time and play, because you don't have to know everything. Just be familiar, and then step by step look into how the tools can help you. So if I recommend, or if we recommend some tools, I'm not sure, but if you start with small steps, browsing this directory, for example, Futurepedia, or there's an A for that, I think we can just pick the right tool that provide us an accessible starting point for exploring the creative capabilities of AI. And I put a question here, a question mark here on the title. And why the question mark? Because we have to answer all these questions before decide if we want to use AI in our classroom. And tomorrow we'll see in assessment particularly how we'll use it. But I want to just conclude, just remember that what Diana mentioned before, AI is not a search engine, it's not a truth machine, and mostly it's not an oracle. Don't humanize it. So just remember, it operates based on algorithm and data, and that's it. So it's a support tool, it's a partner, but not a replacement for our reason. So how can we approach AI integration? Well, we have a lot of things to do, but this question, I think, has to keep our activities. What are my students' current learning needs? How can they be addressed or supported? Is there any AI tools that helps me to address all this? I think starting by identifying learning needs and then addressing needs coherently, we can select the right tools, and then we can have a reflection phase and then iterate, because it's a circle. It's a circle here, it's a circle process. So I'm just trying to see if this possibility of having some AI tools in your activities will change your role. So Diana, can I stop the presentation to have the final Menti?
The final Menti question is on, so they can answer to it.
Right, stop share. I'm not sure how to proceed. Five. What do you think? So I see 2.8. So I think we can interpret like this, that among us there are those who prefer a high level of control of a technology, because we are in the middle, as others who are more open to higher levels of automation. So I think we also believe that the integration of technology in education needs to be flexible and tailored to the context and the needs of each teacher. Yeah. Well, I will be back to, I'll try to just share my presentation again, and people can still respond. So we are in the middle. So let's see why we are in the middle. Can I go back to the presentation, Diana? Yes, thank you. It's because, as you can see in this, in this screen, it's a study based from 3 years ago, but it's very actual, from Molenars and his colleagues. And you can see here a gradual transition in education, and we are here with 3 on a scale from 1 to 5. So we are in a transition from full teacher control to complete automation. And I think there are some various roles here of teachers and technologies. Basically, this study suggests that the technology in education have different levels of involvement, and you see here, with the teacher's role ranging from here, full control, to minimal supervision. So I think it's important to remember that not all automation scenarios are suitable for every educational context. And teachers, if we are looking here at the steps, needs to be aware of the advantages and limitations of each level. And when we want to use technology, because our goal is to use it responsibly and effectively. And this 6th level, because we have here 6th level of automations, I think it's emphasized the importance of hybrid human AI systems in augmenting educational process. Basically, what Molenar studies says, it underscores the need for a balanced integration of AI in education. And I think this ensures that the technology supports has to be suitable to our needs. So our role will be changed in the near future. What would be the role of teachers in the era of artificial intelligence? Well, maybe we'll be learning facilitators or just curators, or maybe the AI can transform us. But I think in something else, but I think our roles as teachers, as human persons, will remain essential. And I strongly believe that AI will never replace us, because nothing can replace the human touch, the empathy, the experience that you have when talking with a real person. But teacher roles remains essential and complex. And even if we'll have a robot to assist us or a chatbot to assist us, I think it's up to us. It's up to us, because we are the person who decides. And how to be in control, we have a lot of things to do. And this is a list, starting with shifting from a pedagogy to a pedagogy AI-based, as Donald Clark mentioned, starting to just go and master some skills, prompt engineering, maybe prompt changing, maybe to follow some courses. And we'll talk about this tomorrow, to to reshape our assessment task, and of course, using open educational resources, open educational practices, to just, as Diana mentioned, to redesign our syllabus, our policy, to establish rules, and to look to other universities, because there are a lot of universities, and Leuven comes to mind from what Diana mentioned before, but starting with MIT or Stanford or Harvard, we have plenty opportunities to have as a source of inspiration and to change something in our universities. So thank you for your attention. And I just want to briefly say that the pace of technological advancement requires continuous efforts to keep us. It's like the Red Queen effect, maybe you know it. It's a metaphor for the need to run faster just to stay in the same place. Thank you very much. And these are the stickers. If there are some questions, how to stop share. No. Then if there are no questions.
Yeah, I also don't hear any question. I don't know if they're commenting in Russian or not. If anybody from the room want to say something or have a view or something.
Oh, thank you very much. I understood that word.
Госпожа Диана, спасибо большое и госпожа Габриэла за презентацию. Думаю, можем перейти на следующую, так как вопросов нет, пока все понятно.
Или непонятно.
Кому непонятно вопрос, так вы запишите.
Я шучу. Я про себя
See how I will start sharing my presentation, and then we will have also some of the mentee, just to be sure that you will see the next question. So I will go back. I was trying to clean the presentation a tiny bit because it's a bit too much, and also to be sure that we are on the mentee question, which is correct now, because, and you can answer in mentee if you want to, onto the questions, and we'll see. So let's carry on. So I'm going to speak about a lot of things, and the first bit which is going to start with is how you can learn about AI, and also to have a brief of impression of what is happening until now. So if you can, I will have only this mentee here at the beginning. I will not do it any after that. So if you can say, based on everything what we presented until now, and also what you've been doing until now, if you are afraid of plagiarism because of AI, and if you think with AI, companies are stealing your data, if you think that your students are using AI a lot, if you know that images, text, videos, and social media can be fake, and you know how to validate your information and to know if it is true or valid, if you agree or disagree with this statement. Let's see if we can get some answers, please. I'm trying to see if we have things in the chat which are interesting. It's just a lot of thank you. So let's see. I'm glad that you are, a lot of you, thinking that the students are using AI. Yes, that's true. And I'm really glad that a lot of you are knowing and understanding that a lot of the things which you see now in digital format especially can be fake. And I hope that you will get more information to understand how you can validate that and how you can understand that. It's a full seminar where you are looking at hints and ideas and tools where you can validate if anything from AI is true or not. I want to see at least 20 answers. Come on. We have 110 online here, plus at least 10 people in the room which count at one. So please, more answers. Not so many answers yet here. I'm still hoping to reach 20. 19. Let's see. Do we have another one also, please? Okay. So the values are somewhere there. I want to say to you that you need to do a lot of training to be able to understand how to validate your information if it's true or valid. Even myself, Gabriela, or anybody else can be sometimes mistaken and can sometimes have the impression that it's not right. So you don't need to be afraid that you don't know how, because it requires a lot of dedication. And what is something which nobody can take from you is your knowledge on your head. And that's something which you need to explain to your student. Because if you know the subject, you can use AI tools as an assistant. And then you know how to correct it, and you know how to really use it for your benefit, not for the technology benefit. Okay, I have another question here, which is, I'm looking at if you have been using artificial intelligence in higher education, if you agree or disagree with this statement. I have planned and done AI activities with my students. I have used AI for project-based learning, where you are doing activities with the students like coding or engineering or science or healthcare or whatever. You plan and you continue to do activities with students with AI. And you have done AI activities for education administration. Again, I want to see at least 20 answers, because this gives us an impression on how you are, also to you. It's not only for me, it is also valid, especially for the Erazmus office and for those which are preparing training for you in the future on where and how you're doing it. So your answers are really very valuable. The results will be shared with the Erazmus office and with all of you. Okay, so I'm glad that you are somewhere in the middle. This means that we have a lot of work to be done, because you will still need to do a lot of training to be able to continue doing activities. And I strongly encourage you to do more AI activities in education administration, because that's where the future it is, and where it can really help you a lot. And I will show it to you tomorrow a bit more about that. Today is going to be less about education administration, just a time. Now, the last Menti question here is, have you learned about AI? Have you done a course about AI? With the exception of this webinar, or have you been in other seminars or trainings where you have learned about the use of AI, either online or on location? Okay, so I'm very pleased to see that quite a lot of you have learned about AI, and this is something which I will encourage you to do even more in the future. So I will now say to you some ideas about some courses and guides where you can learn about AI, and then I will continue with examples of tools. Obviously, for those especially in the engineering field, IEEE has a lot of information and courses in the Academy of Artificial Intelligence, even about machine learning, semantic computing, so very technical stuff. But the course which I will recommend everyone to do, and it's also translated into Russian, is Elements of AI. It's developed by colleagues from the University of Helsinki, so it's not mine, it's not a self-promotion. And it has two levels. One is Foundation and Elements of AI, and the other one is Building with AI, where you also learn about a small coding to be able to build your own AI AI tool or chatbot and so on, very simple one. And it's very, very good, very well structured, very simple, and it gives you a brief idea of how AI works. I strongly recommend for anyone, everybody, to do at least this course because it's quite useful for you to understand how to do it. The other bit is, as I mentioned already, joining the European Digital Education Hub, which is a big community where AI is quite a big topic among a lot of other topics like internationalization of curricula, micro-credentials, or whatever else. It's a hot topic in digital education and or in higher education, but not necessarily because it's looking also at other types of vocational education. A very good course is developed by King's College, is in Future Learn, it's free to access, and it's generative AI higher education. It's running for almost 2 years now, and it's constantly improved, and it's quite a good one. Another course, which is developed by University of Amsterdam, they are all in English. I'm giving examples in English. We also have them in Romanian, French, and German. There are a lot of them, but I'm giving you those in English because those are usually the universal language, which we can all more or less understand, is the impact on Gen AI on higher education. So it's quite a good one. Again, the Americans in the Centers for Innovation, Teaching and Learning from different universities. Here you have the Northern Illinois University, but University of Virginia, MIT, all of them have a lot of courses about how to use different tools and so on, and about additional resources which are valued there. AI Academy has a practical introduction to ChatGPT. AI Academy is the arm of the OpenAI, which is dedicated to education. The rest are fee paying, but they are quite good because they come from the inside view of it. One of the biggest, also Gabriela has mentioned this, is the AI project, which was developed by Harvard University. And I gave you also the ideas from the Stanford University, which is working a lot with the AI index, which I showed to you, and creating the community around AI. All the major universities are trying to give back as much as possible in this topic of AI, where you can go and be part, and where they will have a lot of tutorials and guides about different tools, and also some examples and study cases which are uploaded by teachers and educators around the world, which will create your ideas in different topics on how to use AI in different areas. University of Maine has Learn with AI, a repository of a lot of tools which are available, and also how to improve different methodologies of teaching with the support of AI. So this is about the learn part of it, and I will show you also some use cases and also how to teach with the support of AI. I'm going back to this slide because it's quite important for you to have a look at this and look at the AI competencies also for students. Try to use the Russian version of it and make it available for your students in your university. And it's quite important based on this UNESCO recommendation to understand that you have a lot of pedagogically appropriate interaction approach to the use of AI, because there are a lot of risks for becoming dominant and taking over by your work, but you need to understand what is the requirement and you need to put your human input into this. There are a lot of tools which you can find in different ways. I'll go quite fast over these slides because you will have them. And one of the most well-known repository of AI is Futurepedia, which is, there is an AI for that, which is another AI tool repository, or some learning prompts, or even buying some prompts and changing just the title or the name of the topic, and you have a very elaborate, sometimes more than a full paragraph or half-page prompt base, which will help you to create better results in different tools. So this is, for example, a capture from the Futurepedia. Here I will have lists with a lot of tools, and I will showcase 2 of them for education. You quite know ChatGPT and Copilot. Gemini AI, those with bold are much better nowadays. They're improving, is doing better responsive, especially with deep research. A new tool, which is unfortunately coming from China, but it's a better tool and it's doing quite a lot of things, is Manus, which is creating full multimedia products and websites and activities and animation based on text, and I'm going to demonstrate that. Gabriela has demonstrated Notebook LM, which is creating your own courses based on ideas. Is Perplexity AI Killbot, which is a very good tool for summarizing and paraphrasing, especially in English, if you want to write text which you are not familiar in that language. DeepL, a very good translator. Grammarly, a writing assistant. And then obviously some of those which are looking at scientific parts and research assistant, and I will show them tomorrow, especially SciSpace. There are tools also for education, which is quite good. ClassPoint AI is a very good one, in Notion. The same Tutor AI, which is developed by Canadian universities, a community of Canadian universities, is a good AI tutoring platform, which gives a lot of webinars and so on for free and assistance. But it's also in education, part of the administration. One tool which I'm using a lot, as I said, is Read AI, but there are some others which takes notes, summarizes, make translation and transcriptions from meetings. I use Read AI, or you can use Author AI, for example, for recording my videos, my classes, even in Romanian, and then I'm asking to make transcription and summaries and so on. Why? Because I'm teaching in my classes more things than it's in my presentation or in my text-based material. And that will create a summary for my students to be able to understand better what I show to you during the classes and the explanations which I gave. And that's only one example, but I use it in my management meetings quite a lot. It's my main assistant, and it's decreasing quite a lot of the work of my administrative assistants or even my teaching assistants for the things which they used to do for me, and they can work on something else more creative. There are a lot of tools for coding. GitHub Copilot, it's a very powerful tool. I'm giving this because probably quite a lot of you are coming from or want to do some bits of coding. There are a lot of proofs, and I will have them in presentation, but I might go faster over them, where you don't need to know code at all. You just need to write proper prompts, and then you will end up with full websites, full mobile applications, and a lot of other things. Codium is the tool which we are using with my students to have a code completion, chat assistant, and use it even better. And Julius is the other one which we use it quite a lot with my students in improving their coding abilities and learning how to code quicker and better. But a lot of them are available there. So here is, for example, an example from a project meeting which I had, where is summarizing, doing the transcript, making chapters, recording, and so on with Read AI, and creating reports out of it, which is then shared with everybody. This is Killbot, as I said, for paraphrasing tools and for summarizing it. DeepL for full translation. You probably are aware with a lot of them. This is Notion, and where you can create docs and new full information and so on. This is a tool which I usually recommend a lot for the students to use, because they can have their notes and their materials there, and they can structure them and create full levels of documents and of wikis and projects and so on. Perplexity is quite good on finding information and discovering based on also on your information. So you upload the files there and then it's working with them and creating it. Magic Eraser to improve objects online from different tools and from different informations and so on, and create better visuals and so on. So some use cases, how you can use it. Obviously, you can always look at the examples given by those tools. That's my first recommendation. When you want to start using a tool or you've heard about it, don't just jump on using it. First, look at their tutorials, at least for some minutes. Look at their considerations and so on. Even OpenAI has a lot of examples and tools and so on how to use ChatGPT. I will give you some ideas. The first one is optimization. Optimizing your work as a teacher through automation of different tasks or burdens on administrative, or also creating personalized instruction, better visuals, better multimedia, and also by creating mentorship. AI can become your teaching assistant, can give you some new ideas and new points of view. For example, here is a simple ChatGPT asking question of best content for a course about virtual reality. And I knew all of that. That's a topic which I'm specialized in. So I'm asking only to give me some ideas. It's my teaching assistant, you know? It's not replacing me. It's just a helper for me. So I'm looking at that, and then I got, for example, some ideas about how to do hand tracking and looking at different interaction techniques in VR, and also teaching about this, not only about the development of applications and so on and use cases. And it's quite good because it always includes, for example, to remind me that I need to do practical exercises and hands-on projects, and also have some guest lectures. Comprehensive examples. I asked it in the same topic to give me examples. All of these tools exist. So obviously it's a tool in which is a question in which is specialized, but all of them exist, and I was able to find them and understand them. Quite a lot of the things, I don't know how it is for you, but we need to create tables out of it and make activities and make very structured things. So I was able to create a table from all of that text quite easily and make that available for everybody. And then I was able to find personalized activities, so to give even new ideas about examples and tools which can be made available for my students to learn. You can make simple quizzes and simple tests. This is something which I would recommend for somebody to do it as a student or as a learner when you want to learn and test your abilities. It's like a self-testing. You can do summaries quite easily and quite quickly based on this, because you can really find a lot of information in summary things. And it can become your study partner. This is something which we also train our students to use it, is asking questions are based on a document or on an information, and then you need to answer to these questions in the AI tool. This case is ChatGPT. I was trying to, because it's the most used tool, I was trying to give you some impressions of how you can use it in different levels. But also it will test if it is correct or not. So all of these are quite important. Then you need to integrate it. That's the second level, okay? This is optimization, this is a teaching assistant. A teaching assistant at a better level where you integrate it in your curricula. You are developing new materials, you are equipping the students with new skills, and also, more importantly, with discernment, understanding the failures and the possibilities of using it. And here, for example, I will give you an example on how you can use different tools. This is a momentum course, which I will show it to you and I will develop it. So it can really, you can develop full courses, including the research with the support of AI in a quicker manner. But I will strongly recommend to do this only on topics in which you are very good, because, and you know about it, you read about it in information which you can prove, in research information which you know from where it's coming. So this is, you can research for information, you can organize that information, then you can build animation and quizzes, and you will see, and you will obviously lower the cost of the translation because it can automatically translate in different languages, okay? And I will show to you how to do this in the area of, with a tool which is called Manus, the new tool. How you do it? And what's the impact of it? You massively accelerate the ability to compare information because how quickly you can read 10 books and something like that and to put it together to create a new course. I will show you an example on how to create, for example, for cybersecurity, okay? You can accelerate the process of media creation. It's very expensive for you to create videos, animation, to improve your course content. With the support of AI, this can be decreased. You can create the same information which you have in a text or you give in an oral presentation as a video, as a presentation, or as an animation. And then this will replace probably also some tutors. If you have a good chatbot in your learning environment, in your virtual learning environment, that can become your tutor, okay? And as I said, it enables different multilingual learning. So it lowers the cost of the translations quite a lot. How you do it? This is a structure, okay? So here is the human what is doing, and this is what the machine is doing with some tools. A lot of them can be replaced, and they're an example. So you know you are an expert on that subject matter, or you hire an expert on that subject matter, which have a rough recording and presentation of something, you know, just the basic one. You use an AI, like me doing whatever, explaining things about this, showcasing with different websites, with different information, what I'm doing. Then transcribing this content with an AI tool. Then using Gemini or any other deep search tool or deep research tool for case studies, references, and other research. Validate them with the subject matter, understand it, and so on. Then you create this knowledge base, which you put in Notebook LM or in other tools, Manus, and so on. And then the subject, the person, the human, will create a new video and make the official presentation. You have then again that one transcribed, and then removes all the mistakes and so on, make it a nice, clean text with everything which is proper, even adjusted, put things up, because when you speak, you have this human ability of being more open of doing it, but in a text that's very annoying to read. Then we use it for a Ukrainian example. You put that in Ukrainian, in that case, and then you check it with a human translator if it's correct, and then you have the final product in another language based on an information which was created and which also includes multimedia tools and so on. And I will show you now the examples with this course and with the Manus. Let me stop this for a second. Okay, and to this. So anyway, so this is, for example, Manus is this new tool which I said to you. And for example, here, I asked it to create a tool, course on momentum. It is a simple physical tool and so on, and it's one of their examples and so on. So this was the only prompt, and then a lot of things have been done. Don't want to write it. It's a lot of JavaScripts and things like that. And then this is the result. The result is built up like a website, and which you can download. You've seen it here. This is the download file, and then I'm showing it. And here, for example, in this moment, I'm able to play even an animation. So it will show how momentum is conserved in different ways. I create the biggest speed on one of the balls, and it's happening. Or I change it to elastic, another physics regulation, okay? kinetic energy and so on. And it makes this full example of animation. So this is a very simple problem in physics about how speed is affecting and how momentum is and energy is conserved. And it created a full example of multimedia where I made this for mid-school kids, but it's very useful even for students to understand better. Very simple physical examples with an animation and everything. And for example, if I want to say, okay, create an explosion and what is happening, I say, multiply the number of fragments and it's showing it. And then I said, okay, give me some real world example. And this is like a pool. And it will show how you can play better a pool game or in cars. Okay, and I can increase the animation speed or not. And this is in real time happening. And this has taken only about probably 15 minutes for the calculus to be done and for the prompting and for me adjusting the rules and everything here and discussing with it, okay, what you can change, what you do it and how to you can put it up. Okay. So this is just an example how you can improve your materials with the support of AI on simple tools and simple ideas. You just need to figure out where is the most important information, where any type of visual or any other type of activity will improve the understanding of and the competence of the students. I just want to be sure that you manage to translate all of that. Good, thank you so much. So now I'll give you another examples of anything else. So this is the examples which I tell you on momentum. So this is, for example, in coding. One of the main things which we are asking our students is that we provide them with the code and they ask them to debug it. Or we we ask them, usually it's Julius or even ChatGPT or something like that, to code it with 5 mistakes and then we ask the students to spot it, okay? Even if they use ChatGPT or another AI tool, they will need to compare it with the right code. And they learn coding based on that. There are a lot of examples on how to use this in coding or in STEM education or in science or in mathematics and so on. And for example, here is one of the examples how we've been using artificial intelligence in a digital culture project, which I run since 2019 for my city. This is an image of my city from above. As I said, it's a very old Baroque city, where we created a website and mobile application, automatic translation, and also improving of search engines. So instead of investing thousands of hours and human people on doing it, we done it with a combination of different tools, and it was done with an undergraduate student. So it was his final thesis in February, March 2023. So he learned how to do it, he learned how to do it much better, and this improved a lot of their understanding on how to code with the support of AI. Quite important things is personalization. One of the things which is asked from us as professors is to be as personalized as possible to our students. You have 200 students in your class, each with different needs, each with different learning habits and learning structure. So you really need to be able to create a lot of personalized learning content and experience for different student needs. Like this, you will be able to do it because it will give examples for each of them, different examples and different points of view on different perspectives. And for example, one of the major things which we usually do is we help with the help of different tools, you create course videos or resources and so on. And now I will again go and show to you how to do that with Synthesia. I've showed you the video with Synthesia and also how to edit it in real time. Hopefully it's going to work. Just before this time, I had a bit of an issue with it. So I uploaded a course material on cybersecurity, okay? And I said to it to create an introduction to principles of cybersecurity. And this is for my first year students. And I can add the language. I said English. I can add a speaker, okay? A teacher with experience, okay? And the tone to be friendly or to be academic. And I will say be academic, positive academic. Let's make it like that. When I'm sharing screen. And this was initially my outline. You see, it's giving you a lot of scenes for each of it. It's creating a topic and you can continue it in editor, but I want to show to you how is changing it quite quickly. And it's creating a scene, each of that with a bit of text from the document, which I uploaded, which is showing about cybersecurity. And as you see, it was based on a friendly and as a sales, because that was initially the topic which I gave here, if you've been able to see it, that it was more on general topics, not so academic. And now I want to have it from a teacher with experience, a more academic one. And you will see how quickly it will analyze again the source material. I ask it to be only 2 minutes long, the video. So it will be quite quickly created and it's recreating the scenes. So basically you change, you see it changed completely, even the structure of the video, because I put it a different target group and a different speaker and term. So it's even that it's keeping the same image of something like that, it's saying completely different things, okay? I don't know if you remember anything from what you've seen before. I've done a screen capture of it, so we have it in the PowerPoint presentation and I can show it to you. And then I'll do a screen capture of this one, so you will be able to see the difference between them if you want to. But it's completely creating based on more or less the same topics, different things. Now, I say continue in editor. And this is my editor, okay? So this is even editing the script. So I will say, okay, this is allowing you to see this. I left it just so you can select the avatar. You can select the voice from even upload. Nowadays, especially in Synthesia, famous actors, even in different languages, have loaded their voice. So you can create, I don't know, Scarlett Johansson, a voice material or something like that. You can upload the voice and then you generate, okay? So now let's change the avatar, okay? So I want to have my own avatar. I need to upload, but let's make this Francesca is the avatar, okay? So and I'm putting it where I want to have it. So this is where I want to have it, okay? I want to have it there in the middle. Do I want to be smaller? Okay, and that's it. Good. And now I will say, okay, edit the text. I want to change the text here and so on. And I want to delete this logo. I don't want this logo. It's gone. And then obviously you can remove the watermark with another thing and so on. And you can edit whatever text you want. And you'll be able to put the music or not have the music. I would say you can upload a new music. For example, I say, okay, add this music. I hope you are also hearing it. And then the volume to be at 10% or lower, and to be able to have scene transitions into fade or in white left or something like that. And it's even easier. Then you can create different shapes. You can add a lot of new images of videos or small videos. You can create captions and then it will create also text based on it and so on. And you can go on each slide and on each of them have a new impression and a new thing. Okay, and then if I will go to the avatar where I created my image, I can say, okay, I want an exit at the end, I want to have it full screen, or I want to have it only in a circle, or how I want to have it. And if you want to be able to create, so it's a lot of things which will help you to customize this as much as possible. And now I'll say generate. Now it's a 10 minutes processing, so we'll come back to this, okay? Let's see, probably it's even faster. I will come back to it. So when it's ready to show you the results, okay? I will go back to the presentation now. I hope it's quite clear what I'm showing. I don't know how much you can see from there, especially, but I really hope so. So this is, for example, as I said, how to create it with Synthesia. And you've seen probably from the screen captures how different the questions were, because here I had it as a sale one. I wanted to make it not an academic, but for somebody to explain it as a general public in terms of sales, so cybersecurity topic and so on. So here, for example, you will be able to see also how you can develop open educational resources, so something to give back to everybody else. I co-created this with students from my multimedia technologies. We had a lot of information in this project about, in this Spotlight Heritage project, the digital culture project, about the city, about the history of the city. We added an avatar which was reading the text, so it was text to voice, and it had a lot of issues and a lot of problems, but we created. Another idea of using artificial intelligence and open education resources is in personalized learning. Duolingo is doing this very good. I'm pretty sure quite a lot of you use Duolingo, because Duolingo use real-time analysis with the support of AI to give you advice on how to learn better a language and what sort of examples and exercises to do. Okay, so this is just an example of how you can really do it differently. Let's see if the other is happened. Let's see what's happening here. Is it happening? It's still there. So until that is happening, I wanted to have another, another AI thing. If you can give us examples of how you used AI in education until now. Again, going to the Menti thing, let me put the code up, if this is helping you. In English, Russian, any language, how you use it. And then we'll see the results on Synthesia, and I will be able to give you another example on how to transform a course, an existing course. And then we break. Okay, so presentations, content creating, testing, and multiple questions. I don't really understand this. If you can help me, I was trying to use a tool to. Anybody can help me? What is it here? Any of the translators or something like that. I have something also in my chat. Oh. Okay. Okay, so basically, these are quite good ideas. I like the fact that you are using it also for marketing. We are using AI quite a lot sometimes for marketing in admission for the students to attract candidates in our universities, because it's sometimes much more interesting for young generation to see things which are more dynamic and more changing, and it's cost effective. Because to be able to produce a lot of videos of admissions or how to do it without AI would have been very expensive. So it's sometimes even more cost effective. So it's quite good on that perspective. Okay, so this is very, very valuable. Let's see. Oh gosh, this is not working very well. It still says 2 minutes. Let's see, is it happening? Okay. Okay, I don't want to play it. Oh, we have a video, a build video. Okay, so let's play it. I hope you are hearing it correctly or not. And you see how it's changing the information and it's adapting it. So it's just creating a new video, which I can edit, and I can add captions to it quite easily. And I can also create a lot of libraries and assets and templates, a lot of them. And it will create a video. And if you pay, if you have the upgrade version, which is not that expensive, I think it's about $15 to $20 anyway, not expensive, depends on how you're looking per month. But you don't need this all the time. Maybe you only need it 1 month to be able to prepare some of the videos in your class. So allocate a week to do this, then you are doing it. And then you can also translate it. You see here, it's translating it in other languages with the upgrade version. I don't have now the access to the upgrade version because that we use only in the university and so on. And because I have a department version of the upgrade one. But you can do it a lot, and you can do a bulk personalization, a lot of it, from different areas and so on. So it's quite a powerful tool which allows you to create better videos. It's not probably the only one, but it's one which we are using because it allows us to upload our own images and our own things to do it, and we can save it only to us. So we minimize the risk of what we are transferring to the other tools. Here, for example, I uploaded a MP3 version in Manus of a course, the MIT Open Courseware recording of different, a topic which is dedicated to computer science. As you see, it's single variable calculus. So it was only an audio file. And I uploaded this in Manus and I asked it to transform it into a course. And it started creating the visual, the information, extracting the files, extracting everything, and this is the material. And I don't know, only those which are in IT knows how difficult it is to create a formula, a complicated formula like this one on web. And this I can download. And I can download it. I hope you will be able to see it. I don't know. But as, let me see, I downloaded it and I'm opening it again. Give me a second, because I'm only sharing one screen. To be sure that you are seeing it correctly. I have too many windows open, that's the problem. Let me see if I can put it up here. Yes. So here I will have the text version of it in formula. So all of that formula, which was fed by words, so even a fraction, slash, multiplied, adding, square, whatever, is now transformed in a formula. And I can edit it, okay? So I can change this in a but if I see that there are mistakes, I listen to the text and I see if they done it correctly or not. And this is a lot of work. To be able to do that from an audio file, it's quite a lot of it. And then, for example, this is the initial audio, so I will just play it very briefly. I don't know, something is wrong with the sound, I think, because neither I don't hear it right, and I think neither you, something with the Zoom sound. And it's also allowing you to have a transcript of it, and this is the document which you can then download, create a website out of it and import it as a file. And this is the whole segment of text. So it's a full transcription of it. And all of this only from an audio file of a recorded course about something in English, about a mathematical formula. And then you see, it says at Y equals B, and it just arrived from it and so on. And from that, it created a formula, the mathematical formula. Okay. So now, because we are very near to the end, I just want to share some closing ideas and closing remarks to you. And then it's only 3 slides up, and then you can also ask me questions. And Gabriela, I think she's also on here. So what we can do in higher education with AI in terms of educating us. First, we need to be able to have some policy considerations. We need to create, based on those policies, guidelines for each target group. We need to create the structure for training and support. Then you create short courses for students, for teachers, for researchers, for the administrative. This is necessary to be able to develop those competencies. And then you need to adapt some instructions and principles. And you can learn from the principles of open education on how to integrate AI in education quite a lot. Then, obviously, constantly and continuously, you need to work in their ethical improvement. They need to understand a lot of what they can improve in terms of ethics. And at the end, you will obviously have a culture of science, and AI will become a tool for you, not only overcoming what you're doing. Some takeaways from today's seminar. They are learn anywhere where you come, from small courses, conferences, events, whatever. Familiarize yourself with the basics. Update your syllabus by taking into consideration the generative AI and what's happening and how it's happening. Look at the tool limitation. Use it all the time in combination with a lot of other resources. Not rely only on one tool. And please, don't rely only on ChatGPT. I've seen it from your survey that that's the preferred tool. There are loads of other tools which are much better. Organize open book exams. Make it more open as possible, and then your students don't know how to cheat, because they will know that they can look at information, but they need to use their brains, knowledge, and competencies to answer better to that question. Make it oral exams. Ask them to be vocal and express and creative, think and critical about something. Because if not, they will become just machines. If you move to more oral presentations, it doesn't matter if it's engineering or medical care or science, social sciences, what you're teaching, then exactly the abilities which are making us humans will be improved. Get rid as much as possible of disposable assignments. Those which don't mean nothing, they are not from practical experience, they don't come from the industry or from the society. And at the end, obviously, promote as much as possible the culture of academic integrity, because the tools are there. Anybody can cheat with them. But if it is the culture of cheating what you're promoting, then it happens and you don't have any way back. If you promote that everybody needs to be as much as possible ethically correct and be transparent of what they're doing, then it's not happening. Learn, teach, and share it with the others all the time. Because only if you're doing it constantly, it will create value. So you need to act as quickly as possible, because we are reimagining all of us together, in fact, the education and the research nowadays. And this is very important for you to do it, because if you don't act on it as quickly and as profoundly as possible, as much in depth as you can at all levels, it's going to be overcoming you. It's no way of going back. It's coming to you. So basically, again, the same idea, co-creating, work together, not alone. It's too much to do alone to control and benefit from the generative AI in education. You will find the presentation and everything in the repository on AI. It's a Nodo, which is an open publishing tool where you will find a lot of other very valuable open resources which you can reuse. And I will kindly ask you to contact us if you need anything anymore. And let's see if we have some more questions or not. I have a question here. What is the impact of AI to the quality of higher education? So maybe both of us, we can answer, Gabi. So from my perspective, the AI can increase the quality of higher education or decrease the quality of higher education, depending on how you are using it. If you are using it more correctly, then it means that you are able to have it in a much better way. I mean, it's really possible to I don't know how to say much better, to create a culture where you will be much more and quickly adapting it. Gabi?
Well, the impact of quality, well, it's very hard to define the quality and the impact, but for a short period of time, I think we'll see the quality in changing the mentality of teachers. I think this is the most important part, especially for me, to see a change, to see a change in how the things are working. So maybe not, we will not see, for example, everything from the scratch different, but we'll see a change in how people will look at these tools and what is the impact for the future jobs, especially for the students. So I think changing mentalities.
Let's see, any other question or somebody from the room?
Уважаемые спикеры, в чате есть вопрос. Как
So I will try to answer to this question first, if it's possible, because it's quite an important one. The line is very fine because and depends on how you define it in your regulation and guidelines. For example, if you allow, like it's in my case, you allow the artificial intelligence to be used in creating assignments, in working, and in activities by the students, even in exams or something like that. But you define to which level. So, for example, it's still correct to use artificial intelligence to improve the language, the grammar. It's correct to improve the code, to make it a more clean code. It's correct to create another example of a video of the content which you have, or not. We limit it usually to 20% the use of artificial intelligence in our students' assignment. But they need to be transparent and comment on what they are doing. So, for example, you will give to a student an exercise where they can use even to write a text, and they will use spelling and grammar or translation tools to use it. They need to acknowledge this. They need to say, this text was translated with default from this resource, because this resource is only in German. And I wanted to be able to have it in Romanian in much more easier. And this is the quote from there, translated by the machine. Or I wanted to use, and it created a literature research. So I gave them 5 books and asked to do a summary of these 5 books. This is the summary. I comment as a student. And then I create knowledge or information out of it. That's only the starting point. So from our perspective, depending on how it's defined, it's not considered cheating if you are transparent about how you are using it and you critically comment what the tool have done and the results which are coming from the tool, from the student perspective. If it is in research, it's a bit more different. Something which I will say tomorrow quite often is don't feed your innovative results of data into any AI tool, because it might be used against you. Because a lot of the plagiarist machines are now working together with major AI tools to get the data from them. So it might be synthetic data which you created by feeding that question into the machine, and then it's going to be, that's it. You have it, and you need to, it will be cheating, because all the plagiarists checking it will discover that it's not true. Gabriela, if you want to add something.
Regarding the new question or this one? No.
You can go into the new question.
Because it's very interesting. It is a question in English from Academic of Public Administration under the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. How do you put the question of application of AI for exactly humanities, for example, in history, archaeology, and ethnology? Well, I'm not working in humanities, but I read a lot of how the AI, and I'm not talking about generative AI, the classical, the traditional AI is used, for example, to understand old manuscript, to decipher I don't know, sites, archaeological sites, and so on. And I think it will help us to have a broader view of what history has become. And it will help us to, because it's time-consuming just to browse a lot of old materials. But with the help of AI, I think we have here a very good tool to advance quickly and to see if our history is the history that we actually learn in our school or not. I'm not sure about technology, so I can't pronounce about that. But I think we have a point here.
Yeah. So quite a lot of, so I will be able to share this also from my experience in the digital culture project, which you've seen and heard, which is, I will put it here in the chat so you will be able to have it. But for example, you can use AI to create 3D models. So you have the history of the Roman or of the Tatars, or how the Silk Path, because you are in the middle of the Silk Road, was created. And then you can create an animation, a video, 3D avatars of how that was done. So that will be helpful for anybody who is learning history, because it can visualize that. Also, you will have a lot of data. So you will be able to have a lot of data. I don't know, thousands of information from anything in archaeology, and you will need to comprise this to make it in a summary. AI can help you. But where it's proven, especially in culture and heritage or history or ethnology, is on preserving and restoring cultural and historical artifacts. So it's helping you to create new things. With AI-driven robots, we've been able to go, I've seen archaeological exploration under the ocean. And everything is driven by AI. With their AI-driven robots, go under the ocean, until you get the signal up, it's way too late. And they understand how to dig to extract an artifact, an historical artifact from deep oceans, for example, or underground, or anywhere else. So there are huge levels of how you can show it and give it as examples and so on. Also, you have a lot of ancient texts. Imagine that now we understand hieroglyphs, more or less, not sure. But with the use of AI, you give only the sentence or the alphabet translation of hieroglyphs, and it can translate all the text, and very easy. Let's see, any other question? AI substitute university school teachers in the future? I don't think so. Probably not in my lifetime, but it will certainly improve how AI is doing a lot of things, because it's how it's working. But it's not in my lifetime. I don't see as a substitute. If you can help us with the other translations or other questions. I think we quite give some examples now. Gabi, if you want to add something more, I think the whole after break session was only to show you how you can create interactive things with AI, with different tools.
Well,
but you need to plan it very well.
Yes, I think the most important thing is that the teacher has some basic knowledge of what AI tools. So I'm in favor of what you said earlier this morning, that you have to just at least browse some courses, or just go to the webinar and seminars like this to have a basic understanding, because otherwise you'll be lost. And if you just go and see how many tools there are, you'll feel like in burnout. So first of all, just look at the educational things, and then just talk with your colleagues. I think we suddenly we don't have conversations about this subject with our colleagues. I don't know why. Maybe it's shy. Maybe we don't know to just let others know that we don't know this subject. But I think discussing and having conversation with our colleagues about what are you doing with AI, what your students are doing, and it's different. For example, Diana teaches at computer science level. Specializations, me in psychology and educational science. So it's a difference in how the students use these tools. For example, we don't use in coding, but for example, we use design thinking methodology a lot in our projects now, and they actually the students use these tools in. Without programming knowledge, without coding skills, they actually build some prototypes to develop a solution for some challenges or some current problems. So I think we actually can address specifically in our disciplines only by sharing knowledge among us. I think this is important. Thank you.
Yes, I fully agree that it's very important that we co-create, as I said, we collaborate.
With students too. With students,
yes. I showed you also examples how we are producing a lot of materials with students. And I see another question in the chat, which is in medical research, how much plagiarism through AI is acceptable? If it is plagiarism, so it's not content which you analyze or create it's not acceptable by any other publication. I'm an editor of several IEEE journals, and it's not accepted if it is plagiarism. Only if it's a support as a teaching assistant, then it's acceptable. And this is why a lot of big publications, scientific publication, will require now to have the data, the original data. But AI, especially in medical research, where you have so much data, a lot, volume, and also different types of data from different patients, different hospitals, different drugs, AI can really create a better understanding of that data and in much faster way and analyze it faster than standard statistical software. But you need to be transparent and say, I use this AI tool for this activity, and this is the result, and I comment on it. This is my human contribution, my creative contribution, my experience, and my scientific contribution. I comment, analyze that result and that data based on the effort which was done by AI, which is replacing my effort, taking time and resources to analyze that data. So it's only your research assistant. I don't know if we have any other questions or from the room or something like that.
Can I answer to these questions, Gulia?
Yes.
What about your personal experience in using AI as part of assessment? Well, it was a tragedy because as Diana mentioned before, just use open books. So after a semester that I let my students use AI, and we talk a lot about how to use it, how to just show me their thinking, and because I evaluate not only the product, but the process in itself. When in the first semester, I saw a lot of their results with ChatGPT and others, and I was very disappointed. And the second semester, I just tell my students from the beginning, you know what? We'll use a lot of AI during the semester, but the final exams will be oral with pen and paper. No. And they were shocked and said, what? so we can't do it. No, because I want to see if you actually learn something during the whole semester. We use a lot of AI tools for brainstorming, for project development, and so on. But until the end, we just switch, and it was better. And they have to present oral in groups, some projects, and they used AI for creating things and so on, but was much better to just tell me how they use it, but oral, really. So I'm not quite in a position now to say that I, in the future, will use some kind of hybrid assessment. I'm still thinking, because we don't have quite right in our university a tool that detects 100% the synthetic content. So I don't know in Politechnica, Diana, if you have Turnitin Clarity, but for now, my experience in assessment is like that.
Yeah, well, how I'm using it, I'm using for 3 years now, in fact, almost. This is the 3rd year, when I'm using with all my students and with all my exams and projects. I do a lot of project-based learning, of challenge-based learning with AI. So they use a lot of AI tools. I'm teaching, obviously, in a technical subject in computers, more or less in multimedia development. So they use a lot of AI, but they need to do an oral presentation. I just had yesterday afternoon an exam, as I said already today, with blogs. They needed to present a blog, which they developed from scratch. So coding, videos, text, images, a lot of plugins with maps and so on, games, animation, and they used AI for doing it, quite a lot of it. But they presented it, and I asked questions how they've done it. And it's very important. I consider that any learning is not finished if they don't present, so speak about it, explain what you've done, and then write a report. They need to submit also a report, a written report, which they can't really create that much with AI. Maybe they can improve the language with AI, which is fine. In my perspective, and also based on our university regulation, they can improve the language with AI, but they need to explain in details the steps of what they've been doing and how they achieved it. What was the question or the prompt or the tool for that, and how they adapt it, how they change it, and how they multiply. For example, my students nowadays, based on the report and on the survey, they use 16 different tools on average to produce that activity. So 16 different tools, which they learn how to use and how to mash up together to be able to produce that. That's already a good competence in my perspective. Do you think that the super AI will appear? Again, not in my lifetime. As I said about super intelligence, we don't even have the meaning of, algorithmic, mathematical algorithms to be able to create a super intelligence. Why? Because we don't even understand properly the human brain. Neuroscience is advancing quite a lot with the support of AI, but we are far from understanding how the human brain works and why we take some decision and how much of this is existing, where it is existing, how these neural networks, which are millions in our head, imagine that to be able to simulate one single human brain, it will take space probably of half of a Europe of neural networks. So, because we have really millions of connections which are completely created ad hoc in the momentum in our brains. That's the only thing which the cognitive science is telling us at this moment. So I don't think in my lifetime. The medical diagnostic text in MRI.
уважаемые спикеры, я хотела бы от лица всех участников семинара выразить огромную благодарность за сегодняшний такой продуктивный, такой интересный день. Я думаю, вопросы у нас не закончатся, потому что участники забыли, что у нас есть еще целый завтрашний день для вопросов. И позвольте выразить вам огромную благодарность за сегодняшние сессии. Они были чрезвычайно полезными и интересными. И я очень надеюсь, что завтрашняя наша встреча будет не менее продуктивной. Позвольте мне пригласить всех на завтрашние сессии. Я думаю, что у наших спикеров будет возможность ответить еще на дополнительные вопросы. Большое спасибо всем за участие.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Bye.
Спасибо вам тоже за организацию.
Спасибо.
До свидания.
Спасибо. До свидания.
Спасибо, до свидания.